Get this record. Hello and welcome to the Trent Excalibur YouTube page. Today we have an exciting start to our lacrosse tournament. We've got the women's Trent Excalibur taking on the Western Mustangs. Let's take a look at these two teams. So the team comparison, Western is off to a solid 3-1 start. Meanwhile, the Excalibur are undefeated, winning all 4 of their matchups so far. In the all-time head-to-head, Western does have the upper hand with a 9-5 record. To start off the season, Trent has been on fire, picking up 71 goals en route to their 4 victories. Western has 47. The last time these two teams met was back in 2024, and Trent picked up a 12-9 win. So here we go. Face-off is about to get underway at Justin Chu Stadium. So the Excaliburs will have possession to begin this tournament today. And that pass from Garreau just off target. Kieran Garreau won the Excalibur's first season game MVP against Queens. They picked up a 13-6 win in that season opener. Western coming off of a 1-1 weekend last September 13th against Laurier. They lost 12-7 and won against Guelph 9-8. Looking for a quick start here as they pressure the Excalibur zone. Applying more pressure. Mustangs looking for an opening here, but the Excaliburs do have some good defense. That's Goldthrop with the ball. Bordejan makes a pass, but it is scooped up by Garreau. So it is a long pass into the midfield, and Trent will hold possession now, and it's the Excalibur's turn. Making a quick pass there. Trent now behind the Mustangs' net. Looking to strike first here early in the match. Fournier cutting. Looking for a shot here. And dribbling the ball, and it is going to fall out, but Trent does retain possession. Fournier now. And some good defense there by Bordejan for the Mustangs to knock that ball loose. The Excalibur is looking for their first chance here at a goal early on, ripping a shot. And opening the scoring are the Excaliburs, so it is a 1-0 lead now for Trent, and they strike first. So that was number 24 for the Excaliburs opening the scoring. Fournier for the Excalibur, back for the faceoff. Natalie Fournier now pushing the pace here for the Excaliburs. A key player that the Excaliburs are missing are Ty McDonald. She is under concussion protocol, so she will not be able to play in today's tournament, but she picked up 6 goals in a match against U of T back on September 6th in a 17-5 win against the Varsity Blues. Fournier picking up that ball now, looking for an opening. Natalie Fournier trying to make something work. The Excalibur's looking for an opening, taking a shot, and it's 2-0 now. And the Excaliburs pick up another goal and extend their lead. So Trent off to a great start here early on. And about 10 minutes left in this first period. It's Trent with an early 2-0 lead. Boy. Fournier here with the ball, passing it down to 27. Deeper into the Mustang zone, looking to pass this behind the net. 27 cutting. Looking for any opening, any chance to get a pass off. Back to 24. 24, a cut, looking for a shot. There's a whistle down. So Western will have possession now after that Trent turnover. And here comes Taya Keast, and she was actually the Mustangs 2024 team MVP. So a big player that they need to watch out for. Keast running behind the net now, looking for an opening, trying to get the Mustangs on the board. Back out to Albanese. Goldthrop now behind the net. Goldthrop looking for an opening. She had Isabel Acuris there cutting in but couldn't connect. And Western really taking their time here, trying to look for an open look. So the foul is a turnover, and now the Excaliburs have possession. So now Giroux. Excalibur now applying more pressure here, looking to extend this lead even further. And Fournier just missing that opportunity. A chance at a goal there, but just off target. So there was a foul on the Mustangs, and Fournier will look to take full advantage of this opportunity. Here comes Natalie Fournier looking for another shot, but it is blocked, and Trent Excalibur picks up the pieces and finds goal number 3. And so the Mustangs made the initial stop, but could not pick up the rebound, and it was Trent that took full advantage. And so they are off to a dream start here early in game 1 of today's tournament.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 17. That is their first of the game.
So Natalie Fournier had a chance there to get a goal, and she made absolutely no mistake. And it will be Western winning the faceoff. However, there was a foul, so Trent will get that ball back. So here come the Excalibur 24 once again, looking for a shot just off target. The Excalibur pressing again. 24 making another move, looking for number 2 of the day, but it is scooped up. So now the pass to Scott could not be picked up. Courtney Scott just unable to hold possession there. And it's the Excalibur winning that challenge. So now it's Kieran Giroux with the ball, looking for an open pass. And so here comes the Mustangs. And it's going to be Taya Keast bringing the ball up. And Keast now running behind the net. Finally finding a pass. Getting it up to Courtney Scott. Courtney Scott goes back to Keast. Keast finding a pass. A quick give and go. But Western could not connect there. And so it will go back to Western with Keast in control. Pardon me, that's Goldthrop. So Kira Goldthrop looking for an opening. Dumps it off. Western attacking now. Down to Wilkins. Here, a quick give and go. And it's a good save there by Giroux. And Kieran Giroux picks up a save. And it is going to be Trent evading that Mustang's pressure. Sent all the way up and handled by number 2. A quick spinning move. Excaliburs with some nice ball movement here. Trying to find any chance at a shot they can get. The Excaliburs, a quick give and go, looking for a shot, and there's number 4. And 24 picks up her second goal of the game with that beautiful spinning move. And so the Excaliburs put on an absolute clinic of a possession there. Some great ball movement, and finally it was 24 to finish the job.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 24. That is her second of the game.
And so Wilkins was fighting for that one, but it is 24 for the Excalibur. Pushing the pace here, looking for number 3, picking up a hat trick. Can't find the space. Here comes Fournier, pressuring and coming in from the midfield, just unable to get that shot off. But that was a great play there in that fast transition for the Excaliburs. They almost picked up number 5. The Excaliburs have an extremely high-powered offense here. They scored 21 and 20 in their last weekend out against Ottawa and Ontario Tech. They won both of those games 21-3 and 20-3 respectively. And looking good here in the first period as the Excaliburs head into the break with a 4-0 lead against the Western Mustangs. Mustangs have been kept silent so far. And it's Kieran Giroux in net who has picked up a couple of saves to keep that shutout alive. Looking back to 2024, the Mustangs had a great season. They finished the regular season with a 6-2 record, and in the OUA championship ended up winning the 5th place game. The Excalibur is looking to improve on their past season, and they've been doing a great job, still remaining undefeated at 4-0. So a big player to watch out for the Trent Excalibur is the new recruit, Maddie Baxter. She played NCAA D1 at the University of Syracuse. She was the ACC Offensive Player of the Week there, and in 2022, in the World Lacrosse Championship, she helped her team win silver medal with 15 points in that tournament. So a huge player for the Excaliburs to pick up. We'll keep an eye out on her. But as I stated before, a big player so far in this regular season has been Ty McDonald. She picked up 6 goals and a game MVP against U of T on September 6th. However, she is dealing with a concussion, so she is out for today's games. It's going to be Fournier back out there for the face-off. And so it's the Mustangs winning this face-off, and Reese Wilkins will have possession, giving that up to Sage Sneatham. Back to Wilkins. Wilkins finds Bordejean. Now it's Weatherdon with the ball behind the net. Weatherdon back to Bordejean. And Western with a quick give and go, looking for an opening, ripping a shot, and finding the first goal of the game is Kira Goldthrop for the Mustangs. And they open this second period with a goal. So a solid play by the Mustangs there. Some nice ball movement, and a cutting Kira Goldthrop finds that goal. Natalie Fournier here fighting for the faceoff once again. And it is going to be another Mustangs win here with Wilkins picking it up. That was a good job of Bordejean winning that face-off against Fournier, going right back to Weatherdon behind the net. It is Weatherdon and Keast behind the net for the Mustangs, and Weatherdon just looking for any opening, any pass. She does find Wilkins, and Wilkins bobblings the ball out to Sneathan. So there will be a foul down. So here's Fournier going up the field. More movement by the Excalibur. Finding Fournier in the middle there. Down to Abby Hiltz. Abby Hiltz, one of the captains for the Excalibur this season. She already has a goal today. Let's see what she can do. Looking for a pass there. The Excalibur's doing a good job here of moving that ball back to Hiltz. Hiltz with a quick pass, but just couldn't connect there with Bortlet. So here's Hiltz with control. Setting up a play here. And here's Hiltz with speed. Looking for an opening. Juking the defender. Dumps it off to Fournier. Fournier now with even more speed. Looking to attack, finding a goal. No, not quite. The pass does find Fournier once again, and so they will reset. Excalibur's looking to get their lead back. Abby Hiltz. There's Maddie Baxter. She's got 2 goals on the day so far. Here come the Excalibur finding Baxter. Baxter picks up a hat trick. That was actually Sophia Reynolds picking up her first goal of the day. My apologies, but the Excalibur nonetheless are up 5-1. So a great play there by the Excalibur, spreading that ball around, and it is Sophia Reynolds finishing the playoff. And the Excaliburs back up with a 4-goal lead, and it's going to be Natalie Fournier taking on Ella Hughes here in this faceoff. And so it is going to be a foul on that faceoff. So here come the Excalibur with Maddie Baxter now. Baxter finds Hiltz. Down to Reynolds. Reynolds passes out to Weber. Hiltz now. Hiltz looking to make anything work. Trying to attack the middle of the field. She finds an opening. Hiltz rips a shot, and she does not miss. And there is a 6-1 lead now for the Excalibur. Abby Hiltz picks up goal number 2. And a great play there, mostly made by Abby Hiltz, making her own work there. So there's Hughes and Fournier, and it is going to be Hughes pushing that ball out, but once again, a foul leading to a turnover, and the Trent Excalibur will have possession and looking to increase their lead. They've been playing incredibly well on offense there, and Abby Hiltz loses a defender. And Abby going in all by herself. So finding Weber in the back there. Weber looking for a pass. And finding Maddie Baxter, and what a pass and what a play. The Excaliburs, the give and go, increase the lead to 1-7. And it's Maddie Baxter picking up a hat trick now. And a great pass from behind the net there by Tesha Weber, finding Maddie Baxter on the run and on the cut. And so with 6 minutes, 30 seconds left in this second period, it's a 7-1 lead for the Excalibur, forcing Western into a timeout.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 24. That is her third goal of the game.
The Excaliburs early in these first two quarters running away with a 7-1 lead here, and you can see it with their draw control wins here. Trent has 7 draw control wins over Western's 3. So you can see really quickly on, Trent is getting that momentum, getting those draw control wins, getting in their zone, finding those gaps. Trent's doing an excellent job here, and they're looking to keep up the pressure here in the last 7 minutes of this quarter.
Yeah, and most of these Trent possessions are ending with goals, so they're making the most of their opportunities so far. The Excaliburs taking a couple shots, but not really missing any of them so far. They have been extremely efficient on the offensive end, and because of that, it's been holding the Mustangs back, not giving them any chances to build any offensive momentum.
And here's Georgia Bordejan and Natalie Fournier for the draw.
So Baxter and Wilkins fighting for possession there, but it's going to be Bordejan scooping this ball up and pushing the pace. That pass down to Weatherdon. Weatherdon back up to Wilkins, and it's Courtney Scott now. So Western with another chance to make something happen here. They do not want to mess this up. A missed opportunity here could cost them the match as they are falling behind. And there's a good pass to Wilkins, and it's an even better save by Giroux, blocking that one. Mustangs pick up the pieces. Bordejan wrapping around the net, finding Weatherdon. Weatherdon now looking for an opening, defended by Fournier, and Fournier knocks that ball down. And it's going to be the Excaliburs fighting over this ball with Hiltz and Accursi for the Mustangs, but Accursi does pick it up. And so a scuffle there between the Excaliburs and the Mustangs results in Western getting this ball back and Weatherdon holding it behind the net. Weatherdon cutting, looking for a pass. She had here's Bordejan. Bordejan, fake shot, but Giroux scoops it up. Bordejan had the little pump fake, but it did not fool Kieran Giroux. And Giroux sends this up to Fournier, and they connect, and they will be pushing the pace here as the Excalibur tunnel down the midfield. Here's Abby Hiltz looking to attack. Abby Hiltz finds Weber. And it comes back to Maddie Baxter. Baxter to Fournier. Fournier looks to attack. And Bordejan pressuring.
We'll see who picks up this ground ball here. And it looks like Trent picks it up, but there's a whistle blown. Looks like a foul called, I believe, against or for Trent. So we'll have Rebecca Leducier starting with the ball.
Back to Weber behind the net. Trent pressuring there. Riley Elliott in the corner, finding a cutting Fournier. And Fournier with that cut down the middle picks up goal number 2 today. That was a great connection there by Riley Elliott and Natalie Fournier. So it's going to be Fournier here in the face-off against Rochelle Albanese.
Number 17. That is their second goal of the game.
Here's a quick draw control win there by Leducier, and Trent quickly running down the line here.
And Abby Hiltz pushing the pace now. Back to Weber behind the net. Weber cutting.
Hiltz looking for an opening. Trying to find some weakness in here.
So it's back to Riley Elliott. So Grosjean here with possession. It's got Elliott behind the net. And it's going to be all Grosjean now. Grosjean attacking, looking for anything, and it's scooped up, but there is a flag on the field. So it will be a penalty against Western. And Trent will have it with Grosjean. Another golden opportunity for Trent.
This free position shot could add one more to Trent's 7 lead.
And here's Olivia Grosjean, and it's just knocked away by Tegan Lewis. And now it's Western going the other way. And here's Fournier now. And the Excaliburs did a great job of getting that ball back and getting it to Maddie Baxter. Olivia Grosjean. And back to Elliott. So Baxter up at the top. There's a minute left in this period before we go into the half. And there's Obi, Amelia Obi. Had a cutting Maddie Baxter, but couldn't connect. Amelia Obi doing it by herself now, guarded by Keist.
And here's Hiltz. With 25 seconds left, Hiltz looking for a shot. Drops the ground ball, scoops it back up. Hiltz.
And Maddie Baxter, what a shot, connecting with Abby Hiltz. Picks up number 4 of the day, and it's a 9-1 Trent lead.
What a game by Baxter here. 4 goals already in 2 quarters.
Yeah, absolutely, and the ACC Offensive Player of the Week for Syracuse, really showing off her stuff here as the new Trent recruit. And she's been on fire to start things off. And so coming into this, it was expected to be a competitive matchup between Western and Trent, as both teams have extremely good regular season records so far, but it has been the Excalibur proving to be the powerhouse between these two sides. Both defensively and offensively doing a great job. And there's another turnover for the Mustangs as it's Carson Bartlett coming up the field and fighting Fournier, and Fournier had to go through two defenders there, but picks up a foul.
And that will be the end of the second quarter here with Trent up 9-1 against Western.
Yeah,
Already, this Trent team is super aggressive, winning those draw controls. They're doing excellent.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really been Maddie Baxter being the star of the show here for the Excalibur, but being backed up by Abby Hiltz and Natalie Fournier as well. Stick with us as we head into period number 3. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium. We are about to enter the third period of play between the Trent Excalibur and the Western Mustangs. It is a 9-1 lead for Trent. And it's been Maddie Baxter picking up 4 goals in those first 2 periods. And here she comes again for the Excalibur. Looking to push the pace here, coming out firing here in this third period. Maddie Baxter going all the way coast to coast. And the pass to Elliott just trickles through. Yeah, and a tough pass to control there for Riley Elliott. And it is a turnover. So here is Rachel Reynolds for the Mustangs, passing it back to the keeper, Tegan Lewis. And Tegan Lewis now with a turnover of her own, trying to connect with Georgia Bordejan. And so here comes Sophia Reynolds for Trent. And back to Riley Elliott. And Elliott spinning behind the back of the net. She's got Olivia Grosjean to her right, but the Excalibur is looking for an opening.
And here's Hiltz. Tried to find Maddie Baxter, but just let it go, and it'll be a forced turnover there. So here's Lewis, looking to start a play up here for the Mustangs. Lewis still waiting for an opening here.
Yeah, and Bordejan was cutting there, but she was smothered by Maddie Baxter, and the Excalibur's really holding the Mustangs here. And finally Lewis gets the pass off. And here come the Mustangs. But that burnt a lot of time. And the Mustangs now with some quick give and goes, but it is coughed up and taken back by the Excaliburs, and it's going to be Hiltz going the other way now for Trent. So Hiltz is in the midfield. And so the Excaliburs are at the other end of the net, right behind the Mustangs. And it's going to be Elliott with control. Connecting with Hiltz. Hiltz finds Fournier. Fournier makes a cut, a spinning move, trying to find an opening. She's got Baxter in the middle there. Up to Hiltz. Fournier setting a screen. Here's Hiltz, the shot, and it's going to be blocked by Lewis. And a good save there for the Mustangs, and a big one at that. And now going the other way, here is Goldthrop. Here's Olivia Glass. Passing down to Hughes. Hughes has Bordejan. And the Mustangs looking to attack there. Spinning move. And the Mustangs pick up their second goal of the game. And that is Reese Wilkins picking that one up. And so it's a 9-2 game after a great move behind the net there by Reese Wilkins. And she found all the space she needed to make that shot in. And so the first goal of the third period goes the Mustangs' way. So Fournier back for the draw control.
It looks like Trent will pick up that ground ball. A fight between the middies. Still fighting for possession, and it will be Westerns, but there will be a foul called.
Yeah, so that foul was on Olivia Grosjean there.
And so it will be a forced turnover to Western.
So Wilkins applying pressure there after her goal. And the Mustangs back here with an offensive possession, looking to make something work and trying to crawl back into this game. Going behind the net, back to Keast. Keast cutting in, trying to make a move there. And no way by. The Excaliburs with some great defensive there. Going behind the net. Mustangs looking for an open pass. Wilkins is cutting in. They don't connect. Pass out to Sneatham. And so that is a foul on Fournier.
And it looks as if this is going to be another free position shot here for the Mustangs.
Yeah, so this is another big opportunity for Western to try and get themselves back into this game. But the Excaliburs playing some good defense and not letting that shot through. Great defensive pressure, but here come the Mustangs once again. And Giroux scoops that ball up now. So a big save there for Giroux.
She has been a brick wall behind there. 6 saves on the game so far.
Yeah, and pushing the pace here is Tesha Weber. Finding Obi. And that pass does not connect. Hilt's trying to save it, and she does scoop up that ball. Back to Amelia Obi. Obi's got Grosjean. Grosjean, step and go. Has some space, looking to rip a shot. And Grosjean, a quick pass, cannot connect. And she had Rebecca Ladoucet there, but couldn't get that to go. Nonetheless, Trent with possession here with Grosjean in command. And Grosjean starts it off with a pass to Baxter. Not quite. Now we are underway. Olivia Grosjean shoved down there. That is surely a foul. And it will be a free position shot for Olivia Grosjean.
Great opportunity here. And she chooses to pass it back.
Baxter with the give and go. And it's again scooped up by Tegan Lewis. She picks up another huge save here in this third period. Is that a goal?
I thought it was a save.
They score on that?
And so my mistake, the Excaliburs actually pick up a goal there. And Maddie Baxter picks up number 5 on the day. It looked like it was a Tegan Lewis save, but Baxter did find a way to get that ball to the back of the net. So it's a 10-2 lead now for Trent. And it's an absolute showcase here for Maddie Baxter in game 1 of this weekend-long tournament.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 24.
And
Maddie
Fournier
Baxter.
going through traffic, knocked down, but it's going to be picked up here, battling over that ground ball. Fournier and Elliott looking to pick this up, and they had Ladoucet for some help, but it is going to be Keast going the other way for the Mustangs. And Keast using that speed. And the 2024 Mustangs MVP is pushing the pace here, looking to pick up another goal and couldn't connect on that pass. Wilkins is going to scoop up that ground ball. And it's again a fight for possession. And Bordejean picks it up. So it's going to be Bordejean with the ball, and that is another loose ball there, and it is going to trickle out for another turnover, and the Mustangs really have to do a much better job of keeping their offensive possessions clean and limiting those turnovers. They're already down by 8, and they're giving Trent another chance to extend their lead, and the ball is now in the hands of Maddie Baxter, an extremely dangerous player. She's got 5 goals today, going coast to coast. Maddie Baxter almost attacking there.
Looks like there was a flag on the field there.
Yeah, it looks like
Another free position kick here for the Excaliburs. Saved there by Lewis.
but scooped up by Baxter, and looks like it will be another foul. Trent opts to play right away, and this time it's going to be Riley Elliott picking up a goal. Number 16, this time assisted by Baxter. So Baxter not only picking up the goals, but also the assists. And Trent is looking like a well-oiled machine here in this third period. Putting on an offensive clinic against the Western Mustangs.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 16, Riley Elliott. That is their first of the game.
So Fournier here fighting for the draw control. And it is going to be Western winning that one, as the Mustangs pick up that ground ball with Wilkins. Here's Bordejean now pushing the other way. Bordejean flying downfield all by herself, looking for a shot, and she does it all by herself. What a play by Georgia Bordejean, all by herself. So the Mustangs cut this to an 11-3 lead.
Western goal scored by number 21, Georgia Bordejean.
And it's going to be another Mustangs draw control win.
Fournier with the ball.
Finding Riley Elliott at the back. Amelia Obi was cutting up, but don't connect on that pass. So it's Riley Elliott all by herself, getting defended very closely by Olivia Glass. Here's Grosjean. Grosjean picks up that loose ball. Grosjean out to a cutting Obi, but fighting for this ground ball now. And it is going to be Keast going the other way. And the Mustangs are soaring down the field, looking for a shot right into the hands of Giroux as time expires. So we are going to head into this fourth quarter with an 11-3 lead for the Trent Excalibur. Stick with us as we head into the break.
Welcome to the fourth quarter, Excalibur fans.
Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here as we head into this fourth quarter between the Trent Excalibur and the Western Mustangs. It's the Excaliburs holding a commanding 11-3 win, or sorry, 11-3 lead. So we'll see if the Western Mustangs can come back and make a game out of this one. It was Georgia Bordejan with the last goal for the Mustangs to cut it to 11-3, and she did it all by herself with an amazing highlight reel play. Mustangs cutting in, trying to find an open pass, and that was Courtney Scott, who just got tangled up in her own spin, unable to connect with that pass, and it's another turnover for the Mustangs, who really have to do a better job of limiting those mistakes on offense. They can't really afford to give the ball to Trent anymore, especially with the likes of Maddie Baxter picking up 5 goals and an assist so far in this match. Number 24 putting up numbers today. So finding Sophia Reynolds there in the corner. Back to Elliott. Elliott trying to find an open pass there. Baxter in the middle. Over to Hiltz, the team captain for the Excalibur. Maddie Baxter waiting, attacking, looking for a shot, trying to dump that in, but was deflected. And Maddie Baxter bodying the Mustangs here, getting that ball back. Great way to fight for the ball. She's got Fournier behind the net. Fournier looking to cut, do it by herself, and top corner spinning. Natalie Fournier attacks from behind the net, and it's 12-3. A beautiful goal there for number 17. What a shot there by the multi-sport athlete playing volleyball and lacrosse this season.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 17, Natalie Fournier. That is their third goal of the game. You look so happy, Paris.
So here come the Mustangs now. And it's Weatherdon behind the net looking for an opening. Mustangs cutting. Weatherdon looking for an opening, getting pushed off there. And it does find the back of the net past Giroux, and
That was
the
Lexi
Mustangs.
Delisle with that quick ball to the bottom of the net.
And now a 12-4 game here.
Western goal scored by number 10, Lexi Delisle.
So that ball, fighting for the ground ball, both teams. Baxter was there. And it looks like this ball is going to go towards the Excalibur with Baxter in command. And now it's going to be the Mustangs picking up that ground ball. Olivia Glass fighting over it, but Trent getting possession, and that's Amelia Obi in the corner with Grosjean. There's Hiltz. Hiltz. Back to Fournier. Abby Hiltz now. Looking for a pass anywhere. Has an open space. There's Fournier cutting in, and she gets shoved. And is there any call?
Looks like this will be a free position shot here for the Excalibur.
Yeah, it's going to be Natalie Fournier taking that one after she was cutting inside down that midfield. And
with already 3 goals, let's see what she can do. She rips it down, but it is deflected off a Western player.
Here comes Albanese for the Mustangs. A quick give and go, and interrupted by Maddie Baxter, fighting for that ground ball, and Baxter wins it. And so the former D1 player affecting both ends of the field here for the Excaliburs. Hiltz passes it down to Amelia Obi. Amelia Obi going to the middle of the field. Couldn't find a shot there, so she sends it right back to Hiltz. And they will reset.
Quick fight for this ground ball here.
And Hiltz scrapping for it, and she gets that ground ball. Hiltz passing to Baxter down the middle. Back out to Elliott behind the net. Elliott spinning, looking for some freedom. Elliott with Hiltz, and the cutting Hiltz can't get that shot on target. So it's going to be Reynolds now behind the net, picking this ball up. Just about under 8 minutes left in this final quarter. 12-4 lead for the Excalibur. They're looking to put the dagger in the hearts of the Mustangs. Hiltz here spinning. She's got some space, ripping a shot and right into the hands of Lewis. But it is going to be the Excalibur picking up the ball with Grosjean.
That's a good rebound to keep this pressure on the Mustangs in this last 7 minutes of the final quarter here.
Yeah, absolutely. Trent looking to waste as much clock as possible as they have a comfortable lead, but still looking to add on. Not done quite yet. Abby Hiltz attacking. A quick pump fake with the juke. Abby Hiltz just over the net. So the Excaliburs doing a good job here of sticking with their offensive possession. And it's Amelia Obi now. And Obi is going to be fouled. So here, Rebecca Ladoucet. Ladoucet has Hiltz and Grosjean to her sides. Opts for Grosjean. Grosjean has a little bit of space here, weaving through the Mustangs defenders. Finds Abby Hiltz, but Abby Hiltz can't control that ball and she will be fouled. So the Excalibur is really burning this clock down. By the time this offensive possession is over, no matter how it ends, there will not be much time for the Mustangs to make a comeback. Hiltz finds Baxter behind the net. Baxter cuts in, looking for a goal, and blocked by Lewis. And it's another save for Tegan Lewis. Although the scoreboard says 12 goals allowed, she has been doing her part in net. She's got 7 saves on the day. So Tegan Lewis looks like she may be hurt after making that save against Maddie Baxter.
And that is not a good sign to see that after she's been doing great with saves in this later half of the game here.
Yeah, she's been the backbone of this Mustangs defense today, and it sucks to see a player like that injured. Hopefully she can stay in the game, and looks like she might just be getting a little bit of water to stay in this one.
And that's a good sign you always want to see there, to keep your #1 goalie still in this game in the early moments of this tournament here. And it looks like Lewis will stay in this game. Excellent sign to see that. But we will have a free position shot here for Baxter. Baxter fires and finds that bottom corner to put Trent up one more. And that is Maddie Baxter's 6th goal on the day.
And Maddie Baxter, an absolutely offensive powerhouse here, applying that goal to put Trent up by 9, and that may have put the Mustangs out of reach. So it's going to be Fournier going back for the draw control. And just about 4 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter. That is her 6th goal of the game.
And that was actually an amazing possession by Trent. They not only finished the possession off with a goal by Maddie Baxter, but they burnt so much time, not allowing the Mustangs to have any momentum going into the last couple minutes of the game. Here's Laura Leet
Mustangs trying to find some wiggle room here to get one more on the board, but Trent is a brick wall, keeping them at bay there.
Yeah, and Leet still looking for any opening, but she's been absolutely smothered by Natalie Fournier, not letting any pass by. So here's Ryan Weatherdon. Weatherdon looking for an opening, and it's the Excalibur's defense really putting on a show here. And just any pass is a difficult one. Trying to cut behind Giroux, and what a play for the Mustangs. And I believe that was Courtney Scott dancing through the Excalibur's defense, going behind the net and going top corner on Giroux. So it is a 13-5 match. The only problem with that is that the Excaliburs really slowed down that Mustangs offense, and there's only about 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on this clock.
Western goal scored by number 12, Courtney Scott.
And here's a ground ball, scoop back up by Western, charging down towards the Trent goal. And here's Courtney Scott, down to Ella Hughes. Hughes looking for someone to throw to. Mustangs had to pick up this pace with only a few minutes left in this last quarter. And Western has been catching up in draw control wins here in the second half. As a good spin move there. Back to Hughes. Hughes looking for somebody open. As there's a fight there. And that pass is scooped up, picked back up by Lessa Stata. Stata moving towards the goal, trying to find somebody. And it's back to Courtney Scott. Courtney Scott cradling the ball, passes that down to Emily Hughes.
Just about 40 seconds left on the game clock.
It's now or never for the Mustangs to get one more on this game.
Looking for a potential last second shot here, taking their time, or will they just let the clock run out? Looks like they will go for one last play. Time ticking, 10 seconds left. Spinning, Goldthrop looking for any opening, but the Excalibur's just swallowing up these Mustangs. And time will expire, and that will be the game. So the Trent Excalibur put on a clinic here today at Justin Chu Stadium. It's a 13-5 win for Trent. And we were wondering who was going to fill the shoes of Ty McDonald. It was Maddie Baxter today, picking up 6 goals and an assist. And a crazy stat is that Maddie Baxter outscored the entire Mustangs team 6-5. So what a match for her. Aided by Abby Hiltz and Natalie Fournier, each picking up 3 and 2 goals respectively. The Excalibur open up this tournament with a big win. They improved to 5-0, remaining undefeated. Western falls to 3-2. And what a great start to this tournament.
Can't agree with you more there, Anson. Especially with those draw control wins there by Natalie Fournier to get Trent with that ball early on in the first 2 quarters of this game, get them up early, and that's exactly what you want to see in this first game of this tournament.
Yeah,
excellent job by Trent here.
Yeah, Trent looked like an absolutely well-oiled machine here. So that does it for game 1 of the tournament. Stick around with us because at 10:15, we've got Ontario Tech taking on Laurier. Stick with us on this link. My name is Anson,
My name is Terrence.
and we will see you soon. Hello and welcome to Trent Excalibur on the YouTube page. Today we have an exciting matchup between the Laurier Golden Hawks and the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks. And so, looking at the team comparison here, Laurier is off to a 3-1 start this regular season. Meanwhile, the Ontario Tech are off to a 1-3 start. Laurier has scored 47 goals so far. Ontario Tech is at 30, and the last time these two teams met were back in 2023, where the Golden Hawks took a 21-5 win. So a couple players to watch out for Ontario Tech, we have Audrey Taylor, who was named the Athlete of the Week. And then for the Golden Hawks, we have Nascimento, who was the Player of the Week. She has 15 goals so far this regular season, which is tied for first coming into this weekend. So we've got a pretty big matchup here in game number 2 after we watch the Trent Excalibur take down the Western Mustangs in a 13-5 victory. We'll see what happens here. We've got Ontario Tech in orange and Laurier in purple and gold.
Welcome to Justin Shoe Stadium. In today's matchup, the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks are playing the Laurier Golden Hawks. Enjoy the match.
So looking to get things underway here. And it's going to be Laurier starting with possession here, getting off to a quick start, really pushing the pace. It's going to be Cormier starting with the ball. Setting off to Nascimento. And Tori Nascimento was the Player of the Week. Really somebody you want to keep your eye on. And a spinning play, and the Golden Hawks get off to an early start there with Jedge getting that goal. And it's 1-0 for the Golden Hawks. So Tanika Gedge gets the Golden Hawks on the board. So it's going to be Maddie Linklater for the faceoff.
Laurier goal, number 27, Tanika Gedge.
Golden Hawks are coming off of a 14-7 victory against the Brock Badgers. Meanwhile, the Ridgebacks coming off of a big 20-3 loss against the Excalibur. So they are looking to bounce back, but it's the Golden Hawks putting on pressure early in this one. There's Cormier. Cormier passes it out to Nascimento. Out to Tanika Gedge. Gedge rips that out to Blasutti. Blasutti picked up 4 goals in that September 8th matchup against McMaster, and there's a quick goal. Once again, I believe that was Jace Cormier for the Golden Hawks. So Cormier had 3 assists in their match against the Guelph Griffins. She picks up a goal there. And so the Golden Hawks out to a 2-0 head start here, just minutes into this one. And the Golden Hawks, although the sample size is small, seem to be having their way early on against the Ridgebacks. And there is another scoop, and this time it's Cormier rushing the field. Delaney Keene fighting for that ground ball, and that is picked up by Marwick. And now it's the Golden Hawks going back to offense. And here ripping around the field is Blasutti once again. Blasutti finds Miner. And Miner with space. Miner with the pass, and the shot by Keene is just off target. So it is Rachel Cohen in net for the Golden Hawks. She had a great game against McMaster, only allowing 2 goals. We'll see what she can do here in this second game of the tournament. And scooped up, and it's going to be blocked. And Laurier back at it again, refusing to quit, and Delaney Keene makes this a 3-0 game. Wow. The Golden Hawks picking up rebound after rebound, getting shot on after shot, and finally they break through. And it's looking like it's all Golden Hawks early on. And although these two teams are completely different than what they were in 2023, it may be some deja vu for the Ridgebacks. Again, they lost to the Golden Hawks 21-5 last time out. And it's looking like the Golden Hawks are off to a very hot start. And finally, it's the Ridgebacks with a possession, trying to get through the midfield here. And dribbling through, and that is going to be knocked down by Cormier. And now the Ridgebacks attacking. Pressure is applied, some good defense, but there is a foul called, and I believe that was on Olivia Miner for cross-checking. So it looks like it might be a free position shot for the Ridgebacks. So the shot by Copens does not make its way through. Copens has 7 goals on the year, just behind her teammate Audrey Taylor, who has 12. So here's Copens, looking to make a move. Copens has a little bit of space, but swallowed up by the Golden Hawks defense there. She needs to get a pass out. Fumbled. But the Ridgebacks still have possession, looking for an open shot, and that is going to be intercepted by the Golden Hawks. And Mystery is going to take this ball the other way. And Dia Mystery going all the way down the field. Blasutti attacking through the middle, looking for a pass. And the give and go does not connect. So it's going to be Riley Marwick at the back of the field. And so there is Rain Blasutti for the Golden Hawks, applying a lot of pressure on the keeper. And the Ridgebacks pick up a foul. And Blasutti was just playing a bit too aggressively on that one. And so here come the Ridgebacks pushing the pace for once in this match. And that pass can't connect, and the Golden Hawks playing extremely well on both ends, seeming calm and collected early on in this one. They're going to try and dump that pass off to Nascimento, but she cannot get open, and so The Golden Hawks a little choked up here. And they're really just going nowhere. Some great pressure by the Ridgebacks. Finally, they get a pass off, and it does land into the hands of Storer. But they're going to give that ball right back to Cohen. So Rachel Cohen faced a lot of pressure there by the Ridgebacks offense. And so now it's going to be Olivia Miner taking this ball. Dumping it back to Summers. Summers tried to connect with Marwick there. But now it is going to be the Ridgebacks heading the other way. And it's a great stop there by Rachel Cohen. So here come the Ridgebacks. So here come the Golden Hawks going the other way. It's going to be brought down the field by Tanika George. And here come the Golden Hawks applying pressure. And there is a big goal, and I believe that comes off the hands of Cormier. So Cormier adds to the lead, picks up her second of the game, and it is 4-0 for Laurier. And so they survive a little bit of the Ridgebacks' pressure, and the Golden Hawks go the other way. And so fighting over this ground ball, and it's Marwick looking for a shot, deflected up and scooped up there. And a shot off by Ali Hanlon, but not on target, and it's going to be picked up by Riley Marwick. Scooped over to Delaney Keene. Keene's got a little bit of room, looking for a pass. And Keene makes a great cut, looking for an opening. And that ball scoops out, picked up by Cormier. Cormier with the pass could not connect with Miner. And instead there will be a foul called. And so looks like this will be Olivia Miner taking the free position shot. And play is underway. She takes that shot, but it is blocked. And so there is a save by Danica Passmore. Ridgebacks going the opposite direction now, looking to apply some pressure. The shot finds the back of the net, and I believe that was Reese Peacock. So Ontario Tech is now on the board, and it is a 4-1 game. So there's Cormier, bring this ball back for the Golden Hawks. On the way, Delaney Keene applying some pressure. And a big shot ripped off of Ali Hanlon, but that goes out of bounds. And so time is expiring here in this first quarter. Just about 45 seconds left on the game clock. And here's Hanlon once again, looking for an opening, spinning, gets a pass off, and that is going to be ripped. And a great shot there by Delaney Keene to put Laurier up 5-1. So Delaney Keene, number 25, picks up her second goal. Keene had 3 goals en route to an 11-9 loss versus Guelph in their first weekend of play. She's got 2 already today. So just about 5 seconds left on the game clock. It's going to be Laurier with possession, so they're just looking to clear this ball out. And they will let time expire. So heading into the second period, the Golden Hawks have jumped out to a commanding 5-1 lead. It's been a big part due to Jace Cormier and Delaney Keene, each picking up 2 goals apiece. Reese Peacock for the Ridgebacks picked up her own goal. So stick with us as we head into a short break. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium. Starting off quarter number 2 here with the Laurier Golden Hawks and the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks. So Laurier jumped out to a 5-1 lead in that first quarter. Here come the Ridgebacks now. It's going to be Reese Peacock. She picked up the sole goal for the Ridgebacks. And this ball skips loose, fighting with Jace Cormier. So it's Cormier and Dia Mystery with the ball here, passing back to each other. Riley Marwick getting involved. Cormier tried to find a cutting Tanika Gedge, but they could not connect. So Danica Passmore is going to clear this ball, and it's going to be intercepted. And a great play there by Jade Summers to fly in and scoop that ball up after a sloppy pass by Passmore. Rain Blasutti in control of the ball here, deep in Ontario Tech zone. Looking for her teammates to make a cut. And there's a great cut herself. Blasutti looking for space, can't get a shot off. And Blasutti gonna go all by herself, ripping a shot, and that was all Rain Blasutti, picking up goal number 6 for Laurier, her first of the day. And Blasutti increases her goal count on the season. So it looks as though it will be Olivia Miner taking the draw control for Laurier. And I believe she's facing off against Reese Peacock. So Ontario Tech looking to get a goal back and try and climb back into this match. And Ontario fighting for that ground ball, and they finally get control of it. And there goes Stephanie Park, and Park, the rookie recruit for Ontario Tech, could not make that happen. And Delaney Keene missed that pass. The ball just snuck out, but she does recover it. And Keene pushing the other way, connecting with Marwick. And Marwick down to Blasutti. There's a big cut, and what a score there. I believe that was Rachel Bleak. So that was number 26, Rachel Betke, for the Golden Hawks, picking up her first goal of the day. And so this will be a timeout for Ontario Tech. And so early on, the Golden Hawks really showing their ability to find those open passes, make those great cuts, finding space, and getting those goals. And Ontario Tech just unable to really crack through Laurier's defense as of yet. There's really been minimal pressure against the Laurier keeper, Rachel Cohen. And it's a big thanks to that Golden Hawks defense, especially in the midfield. And so Ontario Tech, their leading scorer, Audrey Taylor, just not involved whatsoever. So they are going to definitely look to get their star player, looking to get her the ball a bit more, see what she can do there. But as of thus far, it has been Delaney Keene and Jace Cormier for Laurier leading the way. Their star player, Tori Nascimento, has 15 goals coming into this weekend, but she has also not been very involved in play as of yet. So we'll see if she can break through either in this second quarter or moving into that second half of play. Another player to look out for on Ontario Tech is Copens. She has 7 goals, and also Olivia Toll, who has 4 goals on the year. But as it stands, Laurier has been doing a great job of shutting down this Ridgebacks offense. And so there's a good scoop by Emma Marwick. So number 2, Emma Marwick, actually has a sibling, number 4, Riley Marwick, and they have been sharing the field so far in this game. And there's a great pass by Emma, and she finds Olivia Miner on the cut inside. So Marwick and Miner pick up that goal and assist. And it's now 8-1. What a great connection there on that play. So here is the draw control between Miner and Peacock. So here come the Ridgebacks now after picking up a foul. Laurier with that turnover. And that's going to fly through the midfield, but still with Ontario Tech. And Ontario Tech pressuring now for the first time in a while. Peacock now. She had that first goal of the match. There's Jordan Merriam. Merriam finds Ava Flint. Ava Flint looking for some room. Denied by Rachel Cohen. And that is Cohen's first save of the game, I believe. So Cohen looking for some room here. And gets that to Tinika Gedge. So here come the Golden Hawks now, looking to push. Tried to find Jace Cormier, but this is going to be scooped up by Basuti. Quick pass, big scoop, could not connect there as Allie Hanlon had a good shot on net. Hanlon's going to try to scoop up this ground ball. And so Maddie Linklater with command of the ball here. Finding Cormier. And Blasutti on the cut, couldn't connect there with that pass. And so Hanlon fighting for this one. And it's going to be the Ridgebacks with control. But a lot of pressure by the Golden Hawks, and that looks like they will pick up a foul. And down the other way. And Peacock gives that ball up, and here is Tori Nascimento, the Laurier Golden Hawks star player. She had a good pass to Cormier, and that one's just muffled there by Ali Hanlon. That was a great play by Nascimento and Cormier, but Hanlon unfortunately bobbled that ball. Here's Rachel Betke fighting over this ground ball. And so Passmore will try to clear that ball. 5 minutes left here in the second quarter. And so the Ridgebacks have finally made it back on the board there. And it is now an 8-2 game. So that was a goal by Gia LeBlanc. And just about 4 minutes left here in this second quarter. So here is LeBlanc once again with control of the ball. LeBlanc looking to find an opening, making some space. There goes LeBlanc. LeBlanc with a quick pass and go, but that is scooped up by Cohen, and a good save. I believe that is Cohen's third save of the match. So here is Delaney Keene in control. Tried to find that pass inside to Hanlon. Hanlon scoops it up. Hanlon, a spin move, trying to get past the screen of Cormier. Looking for any opening. She got that screen by Lasuti. Back out. There's Miner. And Miner shot off pass to Hanlon. And there's a great pass. Hanlon finds Delaney Keene once again. And that is a hat trick for Delaney Keene. Number 25. looked like, I don't even know. My mistake. That was actually number 28, Tori Nascimento, who scored that goal.
Laurier goal, number 28, Tori Nascimento.
Nonetheless, it is a 9-2 lead for the Golden Hawks against this Ontario Ridgeback team. So they extend their lead even further with just about 1 minute left in this quarter. And so the star player, Tori Nascimento, increases her goal tally to 16 on the season. And a big cut there, and a strike, but scooped in by Cohen. And so the Golden Hawks are going to try to get off one more play, and Cohen left out of position, scrambling for this ball. Just seconds left in this half, and Rachel Cohen was giving Laurier a heart attack there. She could not clear that ball out. And so the Golden Hawks will allow for time to expire, and that'll do it for the first half of play. Golden Hawks have a 9-2 lead. Delaney, Keene, Jace Cormier, and Tori Nascimento, big parts in this Laurier offense. Stick with us as we head into a quick halftime. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium. We are entering the third quarter of play between the Laurier Golden Hawks and the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks. Laurier has a 9-2 lead here and we are underway as it is the Golden Hawks winning that draw control. So here's Allie Hanlon. She has a goal and an assist today. She gets that quick pass, but just could not connect there with Riley Sproul. Ridgebacks struggling to get possession. But they finally do after a foul is awarded to Laurier. And so Danica Passmore will start things off for the Ridgebacks from net, and they will aim to go the other way. And that is intercepted now, and the Golden Hawks are on a fast break with Tinika Gedge. Laurier, a quick pass in to Marwick. Marwick passing out to Minor. Olivia Minor looking for a shot. Dumps that off to Marwick. Marwick out to Cormier and just could not connect on that pass. But it rolls out. So a turnover for the Golden Hawks. That one's got to sting a little bit as they had a nice possession going. And so that pass is dumped and intercepted once again. And the midfield of Laurier keeps intercepting these passes by the Ridgebacks. Jade Summers there that time. Now Cormier in control. Cormier dumps that pass out to Gedge. And it looks like this is a free position shot for Tinika Gedge. She's already got a score on the day, ripping that shot, and it is stopped by Danica Passmore. A good save there. I believe that's her fourth of the match. And Laurier tried to get a shot up there and once again stopped by Passmore. So here come the Golden Hawks wrapping around with Hanlon, setting out to Cormier. Cormier has room. Another quick dump pass, and I believe that is Marwick. And I believe that was number 4, Riley Marwick, for the Golden Hawks, and it's a 10-2 game now.
Laurier goal number 4, Riley Marwick.
So it's going to be Delaney Keene now here, taking this draw control. And Laurier already off to a good start here in this third period. And here comes Keene running up the field, attacking this ridgeback zone, and she had a little bit more space to go there, but opts to pass it for Allie Hanlon. Hanlon attacking, spinning, but running into more traffic, so she will back off and look to regroup. And that is deflected and almost intercepted. There's a ground ball fight picked up by Hanlon. That's won by the Golden Hawks. And Marwick interrupted there. And it looks like there is a foul on the Ridgebacks. So Laurier will start with possession, reset a little bit, try to get a play moving. You see Marwick cutting there, number 2. Off to the other Marwick. And Riley Marwick, looking for her second goal in a row, gets taken down. That should be a foul. And it looks like it might be a free position shot for Riley Marwick, looking for her second score of the game and in a row. And that is blocked by Danica Passmore. And Passmore sets that off to Peacock. And she's going to send that ball over to Audrey Taylor, but they cannot connect. And so, once again, the Ridgebacks have a turnover, and Laurier still remains in possession. They have been absolutely dominating on offense early on in this third quarter. And so there's Danica Keene. Couldn't get a shot off. And Whitmore. There's Marwick. Marwick spinning, looking for an opening, looking for a pass. So that goal will be called off as there was a whistle down before it. And so Maddie Linklater will have a free position shot. Linklater here rips a shot and just gonna dribble out, deflected off of Passmore. So here's Allie Hanlon behind the net. Back to Delaney Keene. Keene juking, looking for an opening, trying to find anything, any crack. Resorts to Marwick. Marwick has some room, rips a shot, and finds the back of the net there. So Marwick gets back-to-back goals for these Golden Hawks. So a great score there by Marwick with that shot bouncing into the back of the net. So Laurier's offense is running smoothly here as they've had possession for most of this third quarter and most of this match. 11-2 now. And we'll see what the Ridgebacks can do to answer. And that was a great draw control win for Laurier. Tanika Gedge spots that over to Tori Nascimento. Hanlon scooped that to Blasutti. Back up to Cormier, and I believe this is Laurier's first line once again. So a foul down against Laurier. So the Ridgebacks get this ball back. We'll see what they can do here, if they can turn this turnover into a proper offensive possession. And screaming down the field are the Ridgebacks here. And that ball is coughed up. And the Ridgebacks do hold on to it. Passing this out. So Reese Shagwaja passing it out to Peacock. Peacock had a little bit of room there. Peacock being patient, back to Shagwaja. And fumbled down by Jankowski. Jankowski here with the ball, looking to make a move. Jankowski defended out there by Sophia Storer, and that is scooped into the hands of Rachel Cohen, and Laurier will go the other way, and they are wasting no time at all. Olivia Miner pushing the pace here, going the other way. And they bring that into the midfield, fighting for that ground ball. Miner comes out on top. And Miner with a quick pass down to Marie Ward, and just stopped there by Passmore. And Blasutti fighting for that ground ball. Couple players involved there. Golden Hawks get it out. Blasutti picks up that ground ball. Here's Gedge. Gedge rips a shot and back of the net. Tanika Gedge. Great shot there by 27. Picks up her second goal of the game. And so now they extend their lead to 10 with about 3 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock in this third period.
Laurier goal scored by number 27, Tanika Gedge.
Here comes Audrey Taylor looking to make an impact on offense. She gets fouled. I believe that was Delaney Keene on defense with the foul. And so it will be a free position shot for Audrey Taylor. She's got 12 goals on the year, leading Ontario Tech. And this is a golden opportunity for the Ridgebacks to get on the board. They have not scored yet in this third quarter. Audrey Taylor sets, looks for a shot, and banks it in. And there's Audrey Taylor getting on the board and increasing her goal total to 13 on the season. So she finally breaks through into the scoreboard, and it's 12 to 3 now. So now it's Maddie Linklater for the Golden Hawks taking this draw control.
Ontario Tech goal scored by number 23.
And just under a minute now once play gets underway. And Laurier Linklater gets shoved down. Here come the Golden Hawks looking for a last second push. Linkletter's pass is up. Delaney Keene, all by herself, wraps around the net. 27 on the clock. Looks for a pass out in front. And Nascimento found the back of the net there off of a Delaney Keene assist. So Nascimento with her second of the game. And it's 13-3 now here with 22 seconds left on the clock. And so the Golden Hawks did a great job of getting down the field quickly and getting a score before time expired.
Laurier goal scored by number 28, Tori Nascimento.
So here comes Audrey Taylor going the other way. Getting shoved down, some physical defense there by the Golden Hawks, and they get called for it. And so it is a Audrey Taylor looking for an opening. And so that is it for the third quarter as Laurier Golden Hawks lead the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks 13-3. Stick with us as we head into the fourth quarter. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here as we are getting set for the fourth and final quarter of this women's lacrosse match between the Laurier Golden Hawks and the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks. This is game 2 of our tournament today, and it's been Laurier in control for most of this match. And so there is a whistle down, and it looks as though the Ridgebacks will start with possession, going into the hands of Reese Peacock. And they're underway. Ridgebacks don't have a lot of time to make this comeback. They are trailing by 10 scores. So Reese Peacock trying to find a pass there. Tried to find Audrey Taylor on that pass, and it is going to be the Golden Hawks going the other way there. Good play by Gedge to get this ball moving down the field. And that trickles away for a turnover, so the Golden Hawks fumble an opportunity. And here come the Ridgebacks now. Jolie Jankowski over to Peacock. Ridgebacks being patient with this offensive possession. And the pass over to LeBlanc just can't quite connect. LeBlanc has a score of her own for the Ridgebacks. She's looking for number 2, getting a pass across over to Jankowski. Jankowski spinning, pressured on defense. It looks like there's a foul, so another turnover by the Ridgebacks. Ruin a solid possession by them. And this is going to be fought over by Marwick, and she scoops it up. Great play there by Riley Marwick. She's got a couple goals on the day, looking to press the Ridgebacks even further. Cormier now in command of this ball. Golden Hawks setting up a play here. Going to try to make a couple cuts, try to get open. Blasuti out to Hanlon. Hanlon spinning. Gets caught up. So Gedge will start with it. My apologies, that's actually Tori Nascimento with the free position shot. There goes Nascimento, and just off of target. Marwick looking for some room. A great pass there, and the shot by Gedge is just a little bit to the right. They will retain possession with Olivia Miner picking up the pieces. Back to Nascimento. Out to Cormier. Cormier finds Gedge. Nascimento juking, weaving through the defenders and bouncing that off and in. And Tori Nascimento with a pretty goal there. So Tori Nascimento extends the lead to 14-3. And this is becoming quite the blowout here for the Golden Hawks. And so the Ridgebacks coming off of a brutal loss to the Excalibur 20-3, and they're not looking much better here against the Golden Hawks now. And LeBlanc had a great opportunity at a chance there and just skies it over the net. Ridgebacks Looking to do some damage here. Just about 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the game clock. Here's Peacock. Mackenzie Renaud. Renaud takes a stab at it, but trying to go around the Laurier defense. And LeBlanc fighting for that ground ball, picks it up. Peacock. Audrey Taylor gets fouled, and so she will have a free position shot here. So Audrey Taylor scored on her last free position shot, looking to get two, and that is swallowed up by the Golden Hawks defense. And the Ridgebacks pushed back all the way to midfield, and it's actually a turnover. And Allie Hanlon with some great pressure there in that midfield, trying to go the other way. Peacock. Blasudi's pass to Hanlon connects, and Allie Hanlon now taking Laurier deep into Ontario zone, and they will look to set up a play here and attack. Delaney Keene. Keene back out to Mystery. Mystery has Hanlon back behind the net. She opts for that pass. And here come the Golden Hawks looking to make a play. Hanlon with a spin, trying to find a pass. Blazudi cutting. She's got Keene up top. And Hanlon being extremely patient, maybe trying to burn a little bit of the clock. Here comes Hanlon now, finally attacking, looking for an opening. Dumps that off to Miner. Miner stops. Miner back out to Hanlon. Hanlon, jab step. Looking for anything. No way by. Here's Keene attacking now. Keene had a cutting Blasuti. There's Keene going all by herself, and the shot is off target. But Miner picks up the pieces and dishes that out to Hanlon. Hanlon going behind the net back to Keene, and great ball movement here by the Golden Hawks. There's Blasuti with the cut and the score. And Rain Blasuti picks up a goal, and it's going to be 15-3 now. And what an amazing possession put together there by the Laurier Golden Hawks. That was an absolute clinic. And the Ridgebacks don't know what hit them. So that was number 7, Rain Blasuti, scoring.
Laurier goal scored by number 7, Rain Blasuti. Said that right, man?
And so once again, here comes Maddie Linklater, and the Laurier Golden Hawks just cannot stop with this possession. They will not be stopped. Looking to add on even more. They've been putting on an extremely impressive showing throughout this entire match. And Nascimento with some good footwork, cutting in, finds, and what a score. And once again, this time it's Maddie Linklater and Laurier Golden Hawks are really running up the score at this point. And I believe they are living by the motto, the best defense is a good offense, as they have spent the majority of this match with offensive possession, just not even allowing the Ridgebacks to get a chance to have the ball. Golden Hawks putting on a dominant performance here at Justin Chu Stadium in Game 2 of today's tournament. And Audrey Taylor could not control that pass, and it is going to be scooped up. And here come the Golden Hawks once again. So some great defense, looking to turn this into even more offense. Pushing up is Sophia Storer. And Storer breaks through and is comfortably holding possession here in their offensive zone. And time is expiring for Ontario Tech, but there's Nascimento in the corner. Has a cutting Cormier there. And Nascimento going in all by herself. Blasutti, and that's blocked by Passmore. Good save there. And here come the Ridgebacks now. Ridgebacks just looking to salvage a couple more goals potentially, as there's only a minute 45. The win is far out of reach, but they're still putting up a fight. And there's a good shot, and Taylor bounces out. And it is going to be number 12, Mackenzie Renaud, who picks up the pieces from that Audrey Taylor miss. And so Ontario Tech not going down without a fight here, as it is 16-4. Mackenzie Renaud. So just a minute left of play here as Ontario Tech looks to find another score here. And Audrey Taylor had a little bit of space there looking for a score. Reese Peacock. And that goes into the hands of Rachel Cohen, picking up another save. And there's just about 40 seconds left here in this match. Golden Hawks looking for one final chance at a score. Brought down the field by Gedge. And they get one. Oh my goodness, what a snipe there for Laurier. And they extend their lead to 17-4, not giving Ontario Tech any breaks. And they're just pouring the scoreboard on. So this should be it for the match, as time is expiring. And that'll do it as the Laurier Golden Hawks dominate the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks in a 17-4 victory here in game number 2 of today's tournament. Golden Hawks improved to a promising 4-1 record as Ontario Tech goes down to a 1-4 record. So it was absolutely a tale of two very different teams here. The Golden Hawks were dominant on offense, held the ball for almost, I would say, about 85% of the time. But they were just dominant on both ends of the field and turning that defense into offense. It was a dominant win for Laurier. Ontario Tech going into their next game is going to look to regroup and get another win on the board. So my name is Anson Boris. Thank you for listening to us on the Trent Excalibur YouTube page. Please stick around for our next game, which will begin at 12:15. Sorry, it'll start at 12 p.m. between U of T Varsity Blues and the Guelph Griffins. So stick around for that. 12 p.m.
apologies for the delay here. Welcome back to Trent YouTube channel. Here at Justin Chu Stadium, we have a match against Guelph Griffins and the Varsity Blues of University of Toronto. There's already been 1 goal scored for Guelph, making this a 1-0 game here in the first minute of this women's lacrosse match. U of T now deep in Guelph's zone, looking to get that one back. And here's Allison Verge looking for an opening. A little move, spin move, but there is a whistle blown. And so it looks like we will have our first free position shot here for U of T, taken by Allison Verge. And she fires and scores. Good goal there, good advantage, taking that free position shot there for Allison Verge to tie this game up 1-1. Pardon me, that was Renea Swanson who scored that. And this draw control is scooped up by Guelph. Setting up their play here, looking for some wiggle room in this Varsity Blues defensive line. This ground ball scooped up by Kennedy Peters. Amelia Kravchik looking for the goal and shoots it, bounces just between Elizabeth McDonald to put Guelph up 2-1. Great goal here by Amelia Kravchik. Early on in these 3 minutes, already 3 goals scored. These two teams very aggressive early on. We'll see who can take advantage of this first quarter. And this draw control will be won by Guelph again. Here's Morgan Sage, drops the ball and lets it go out. And it will be picked back up, starting with Jasleen Sandu. Sandu looking for a gap. Pressured. There's Aaron Middleton. Middleton running down the wing. Looking for an open player. Back to Sandu. Sandu to Swanson. Back to Middleton. Blues picking up momentum here as it gets back to Middleton. Middleton running down, looking for a gap, but is pushed and has to pass it back. But here's Ashley Klenk. But there is a foul called. I believe that is a card, which will now leave Guelph a woman down here. And let's see if the Varsity Blues can take advantage of this woman down opportunity with a free position shot. Fires, but it is saved by Madison Hungerbuehler. But there's a rebound But whistle blown before that rebound can be fired again. Another free position kick here on the woman down opportunity for the Varsity Blues. And here comes the shot, fires. This time it is good. Scored by 47 Ashley Klenk. And that ties up this game 2-2. Varsity Blues taking great advantage of that woman down opportunity. Now we'll have Amy Evans for this draw. And this draw, fighting for this ground ball. But it will finally be scooped up by Klenk running down the line. But that shot is intercepted. And now it's Guelph Griffin's turn, but it's on the ground. Guelph picks it back up. And that's Lauren Potts finding Casey Hogan. Hogan again. Hogan looking for some room. But this Varsity Blues defense is pushing her further and further back. Hogan's shot hits the ground, and that ground ball is being scuffled. And there will be a whistle blown there. So we might have another free position shot here, this time for the Griffins. And it will be taken by Peyton Curtis. Peyton Curtis fires, but misses the top. Looked like it came right off the pipe. And here's Casey Hogan. But that pass doesn't quite make it for Rachel McConvey. McConvey to Montgomery. Evans looking for a pass here. Being pushed down. And here's Hogan. Hogan, some quick moves, fires it and hits that top corner, just passing Elizabeth McDonald to make this game 3-2 for Guelph. That was some good moves by Casey Hogan there, scooting around that strong Varsity Blues defense, hitting that top corner. Excellent shot. And this draw is picked up by Guelph. Hughes looking for a pass. Pass it back to Krafchik. Krafchik looking for some room. And here's Maya Gazala passing it back to Gazelle. Back to Krafchik. And some quick moves by Gazzola, but it's ground ball and it's picked back up by the Varsity Blues. Good scoop up by Michaela Keeter there. And there's a whistle blown. and it will be the Varsity Blues ball. Quick pass to Trinity Metcham. And here's Sandu, waiting for her teammates to get into position here. Sophia Cho. Now down to Natasha James. But it's scooped back up by Guelph. Good pickup by Kirsten Suter. Looking to get around this midfield. But there's a whistle blown here against the Blues. And I believe, yes, the Blues will be down a woman. Another good opportunity here for Guelph to get one up against the Varsity Blues with a woman down opportunity. Here's Gazzola. Finding some room here. Donaldson, and it's good save there by McDonald. Another whistle blown here, and it will remain Varsity Blue here. Trying to salvage this woman down penalty. That ball gets away, and now it's a fight for the ground ball here in the middle zone. Picked back up by Guelph. Here's Peters. Looking for a shot here. Now Sage. A little bit of a rough pass. Guelph trying to take advantage of this opportunity as it slowly dwindles. And a excellent save there by McDonald. And a rebound, scoop back to McDonald. Firing back to Natasha James. And now it's a fight for this ground ball. Whistle blown. Another good save there by Elizabeth McDonald there in net. Already with 2 saves on this game. And that shot just misses wide for Kravchuk as she comes off. This woman down is not over yet, but here comes Allison Verge looking for some room, gets some room, but drops the ball just before, and that is scooped back up by Hungerbuehler. But I believe it will be another free position shot here, this one being taken by Allison Verge. Let's see what she can do with it. Slings it to the bottom and gets the bottom. Excellent sling there by Allison Verge to get Toronto tied back up 3-3 in this matchup. Both sides returning the favor each time. That was actually by Rihanna Swanson, who got that 3rd goal for Toronto. And this draw control is picked up by Guelph. A fight for the ball. Scoop back up. And here's Donaldson. Donaldson looking for room. Donaldson fires, but misses just wide. Good opportunity there by Donaldson, but just can't quite get it where she wanted it. And there's the whistle for the first quarter, making this game 3-3. Very, very close game. As we get into this quarter, we're just going to look at a few match highlights here. So the last time Guelph and U of T faced each other, last meeting, Guelph won 13-10 against U of T, and Guelph has a 3-1 record of Toronto's 2-2 record, an all-time matchup of 10-14 in U of T's favor here. And with goals scored in the season, Guelph is up 46 goals to U of T's 32. And welcome back here as we enter the second quarter of this very close U of T Guelph game. The score remains 3-3. Amy Evans and Julia Eblings will take this first draw. And there's a fight for this ground ball. And it will be scooped up by Clank. Clank running down the line. Looking for some help here by Sandu. Ward. Down to Clank. Clank. Back to Eblings. Back to Sandu. Trying to find some holes in this Guelph defensive line here. And here's Clank passing it back to Eblings. Eblings picking up a little momentum. Quick pass back to Ward. Ward tried to pass it there to Sandu, but just a little high. And it'll be a forced turnover with Hungerbuehler trying to get this Guelph offense started. Here's Hogan. McConvey looking for some help. Witt to McConvey. McConvey to Hogan. Hogan down to Evans. But there is a whistle blown here. And it will be a turnover to the Varsity Blues. And here comes the Blues running down. Verge with the ball. And Swanson fires it and gets U of T back on top 4-3. I believe that's Swanson's third goal this game. Excellent work here by Renea Swanson. And this draw control picked up by the Blues. Here's Meacham. Meacham to James. Cho down to Swanson. Swanson with some quick feet. Whistle blown before she can make a shot here. And it looks like Swanson may have gotten tapped in the face here as she is currently down. We'll see if Swanson is okay here. It looks like Swanson will be coming off the field here. Not a great sign, as Renea Swanson is one of the top goal scorers for the varsity Blues here. But here's another free position shot for the Blues. Good shot there by Klenk, but scooped up by Hungerbuehler. The Blues pick this one back up, and here's Sandu. Sandu to Chow. James gets that ball quickly knocked out, but I believe that'll be another foul called on Guelph. And so James will start with this ball here. Pass it to Cho. Cho to Ward. Meacham loses this ball. But there's a fight for this ground ball. Not quite scooped up by Guelph. There it is. And here's Gazzola. Loses this ball. A fight for this ground ball picked up by Witt. Witt looking. Can't quite get through that. Passes it back to Curtis. Curtis to Gazzola. Gazzola looking for room, but it's knocked out and just falls in the hands of McDonald there. And so it'll be Guelph reclaiming this ground ball and running back onto the attack here. But it's hit out of their hand again. Another fight for this ground ball. Picked up by Sandu. Sandu drops it again. Slippery ball here. But finally picked up by Hughes. And here's Verge. Verge looking to get something started here. Foul called. Verge to Witt. Witt looking for a shot. Witt gets the shot right in the left side of that net. Just past Elizabeth McDonald, and this game is once again tied up 4-4 in the second quarter. Both these teams will not let the other get one up. This is a tight match between these two strong teams. And here's McConvey and Eblings looking to get control of this draw here. Another fight for this ground ball, but is scooped up by Guelph as they now go on the attack here. Good work by Hogan getting that ground ball. Here's Hogan off to McConvey. Back to Hogan. Quick moves by Peters. Pass it back to Witt. Witt looking to get something started here. Trying to regain a lead here in the Varsity Blues in the last 6 minutes of this quarter. But that ball is once again trapped by Elizabeth McDonald, and it will roll out. It will remain Guelph's ball here as Chloe Witt starts off. Here's Hogan looking for some space. And Hogan fires, but it is swallowed up there by Elizabeth McDonald. Great save. McDonald already 4 saves on this game. She's doing some excellent work here for the Varsity Blues. That tackle there will be another foul called against Guelph, and this will return to the Blues' possession here. But that is picked back up as Guelph looks to get one up here. It's quick moves by Hogan. Hogan looking for a pass. Peters passes it down to Witt. And I believe that's Curtis there starting up a play. But this Varsity Blues defense is tight. And here's Curtis trying to get some room, but is fouled again. Romaine Guelph's ball, with Curtis starting off with it again. And this will be a free position shot here for Curtis. Shoots, fires it, but it misses as that ball rolls out. Guelph still with possession here. Hogan has it, but there is a whistle blown. And this might be another free position shot here, but this time it will be for Casey Hogan. Casey fires, hits the top, goal for Guelph. Excellent shot there by Casey Hogan in that free position shot. Casey Hogan with her second goal of this game. believe this draw will be awarded to Guelph here. Working their way down the line. There's Lindsay Montgomery. Montgomery looking for some room, fires, but is blocked by McDonald. Another rebound blocked again by McDonald. Another save for her there. McDonald bringing it back to Swanson. Swanson on the run, being pushed, and there will be a foul called. And I believe a card has been issued. So this might be a woman up opportunity for the Varsity Blues here in the Guelph's zone, as Lindsay Montgomery comes off, leaving Guelph one woman down. Let's see what the Blues can cook up here with this woman up opportunity. Here's Swanson. Swanson passes it, and it's blocked by Hungerbuehler. Now a scuffle for this ground ball, picked up by Klenk. Excuse me, Meacham. Meacham to James. Ward back to Meacham. Meacham looking for some room there. Back to Swanson. Swanson trying to push her way through. She gets by. Can she make a fire? Just misses outside. Good move there by Swanson, but just not able to get that where she wanted it. And Swanson will be coming off again. Here's Meacham. Back to Ward. And a scuffle, and that just scoots by, and the Varsity Blues take the lead here. Pardon me, tie the game here. And I believe that goal was scored by number 6, Isabella Ward. So now, once again, it is a tie game here in the second quarter. This ball is picked back up by Guelph. McConvey tries to pass it. His ground ball. Fight for this ground ball here. But this will be given back to the Varsity Blues here. Pardon me, the Guelph Griffins. And a quick shot by Sarah Chapman to put Guelph back on top, 6-5. That was a good sling there by Sarah Chapman to get Guelph back on top by 1. This is a tight game with 7 seconds left in this quarter. We'll probably see our last draw here in this quarter. As control is taken by Casey Hogan. But there is the buzzer. And so end of the second quarter, Guelph just takes the lead 6-5 here in this very, very close Guelph-Toronto women's lacrosse game. Stick with us as we go through halftime here. And welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here. Just about to get into the third quarter. The Griffins up 6-5 in this very tight rugby match as that first draw is picked up by Cassie Hogan for Guelph. Here's Hogan trying to find some room. Some stiff defense by the Blues. But a whistle is blown before Sarah Chapman can make a sling. But I believe this will be a free position shot here for Sarah Chapman. Very good opportunity early on in this third quarter. And here comes Chapman. Slings it, fires, but it is scooped up by McDonald. What a save by McDonald up in the top of that net. Now here comes the Blues. Keeter passes it back to McDonald. McDonald waiting to get something started here. McDonald trying to set up an offensive push here. Far from her net. McDonald still waiting. Taking her time, she wants this perfect execution. And here comes the throw. And here come the Varsity Blues being led here. And there's a whistle blown here. Remain the Varsity Blues ball on a foul. But that is intercepted. As now it's now Guelph's turn on the attack. A quick shot down to Chapman. Chapman's all alone. Chapman fires, but it is scooped up by McDonald once again. McDonald has been saving shots all day long. I believe that's her 6th save of the game. Chapman had an excellent opportunity there, but McDonald just scoops it up. What a magnet. Here's Cho. Cho to beat Eblings. The Blues looking to equalize his game here. Swanson. Cho. Cho to Middleton. Middleton looking for an opportunity. Now Swanson. Swanson looking to pick up some momentum here. Here comes Swanson. Trying to get around. Blocked. Swanson once again trying to move around this strong Guelph defense. But there's a whistle blown. Swanson will keep this ball. Let's see what Swanson can do here. Goes for a fake. But that just goes wide. Good attempt there by Ward. And there's a good block there by Hungerbuehler. Some commotion at Guelph's net, but Hungerbuehler stops that. And now here comes Guelph, looking to get out of their zone here. And that shot just goes wide, scooped up. And now it's the Varsity Blues' turn here. There's Eblings. Eblings gets it knocked out, but picked back up by Sandu. Middleton down to Swanson. Swanson looking. Some quick moves by Swanson, but it is picked back up by Hungerbuehler. Another opportunity there for the Varsity Blues squandered, but here again comes, but a whistle is blown before any momentum can be gained here. I did not see what that foul was called on, but it will be Guelph's ball. And here's Suter. Suter passes it on. Here comes the Griffins. Quick pass, shot, but off the pipe. That was an excellent attempt there by Montgomery, but just off the pipe. Griffins here regrouping again for another attempt. Here's Hogan. Hogan trying to find some wiggle room here. And a shot just blocked. Again, another good save there by McDonald. Varsity Blues taking it down. James trying to pick up that ground ball. Scoop backed up by Montgomery. That gets knocked out of Montgomery's hands. Picked back up by Sinyard. It's a back and forth fight for this ground ball. And now Guelph has control. And here's a shot just over the net. Another good opportunity that does not succeed here for the Griffins, as they will try again. Here's Montgomery. Chapman to Verge. Verge looking for some room here. And that's a wide pass. Picked back up by the Griffins. 6 minutes left in this quarter. Guelph still leading by 1. Now here's Donaldson. Donaldson looking for some room. She's got power, but not quite able to break through. Here's Krafchick looking for a shot. Krafchick gets the shot in. And for the first time in this game, there is now a 2 lead as Guelph is 7-5 against Toronto. Another good goal there by Amelia Krafchick. That's her second of this game. In a tight game like this, 7-5 still isn't that comfortable for Guelph with this very, very aggressive Toronto team. But here's the draw. This ground ball picked up by Guelph, winning that draw control. Guelph getting a lot of momentum in this third quarter here as that ball is scooped up, but there was a whistle called before, and it will remain Guelph's ball here, as now Evans has it. And here's a shot. Just blocked again there by McDonald. Good try there by McConvey. And here's McConvey. Evans setting up this Guelph offense. But that ground ball is dropped, picked back up by McDonald. And now McDonald will get something started here for a Toronto offense. But this ball is on the ground. Who's picking up this ground ball? No one's picked this up yet, but it's picked back up by Guelph. But I think there was a whistle blown. And it will be Varsity Blues ball here as it gets passed back to McDonald. McDonald pressured. Fired, but another fight for this ground ball. Scoop back up by Guelph. Down to Evans. Evans waiting for her teammates. Gets back to Chapman. Let's see what the Griffins can do here. As this ball gets back to Hughes. Evans. Evans making some moves, getting past that defense, fires, but it's just high and whistle blown. Looks like that was for holding. And I believe that might be another free position shot here for the Griffins. And it will be taken by Amy Evans. And here comes Evans, fires it, and scores. Another excellent shot there by Amy Evans, putting Guelph up one more, making this game 8-5. Guelph undoubtedly taking away this third quarter, getting 3 up here against Toronto. McDonald is not happy about that goal. But here's the draw. And that draw will be won by Guelph. And here's Kraftcheck, looking to craft something up. Back to Chapman. Chapman back to Kraftcheck. Gazzola tries to pass it, but it gets dropped, and this ground ball will be picked back up. And here's a shot deflected by McDonald. Another great save. But there's the buzzer, and that ends the third quarter. Guelph is up 8-5 against Toronto, definitely winning that third quarter and putting Guelph at a significant advantage here. Toronto has one more quarter left to try and scrape up some momentum. And welcome back to the fourth quarter of this women's lacrosse game. Guelph has taken the lead 8-5 against U of T here. U of T looking to get a few goals back here to equalize this game. And here's the draw. This draw scoots out. And it will be picked up by the Varsity Blues. And here's James. James on to Clink. Varsity Blues desperate to get one more on this board here to get this game in a closer reach. Here's Clink, looking for some moves, but Clink drops the ball. Able to pick that back up. Passing back to Middleton. Milton makes a long throw, but that goes out. But I believe this will now be a free position shot here. No, just past the 8-meter. But it will be James with possession. Looking for some room, but that ball is intercepted. And now Guelph is on the attack here. Long pass to middle. And now Sarah Chapman has it. Chapman looking for some space. And here's Chapman waiting for her teammates to get into position here. Looking to make a play out of this. Some quick moves by Montgomery, but cannot get in there. And that ball is dropped, and there's a fight for this ground ball, but it'll be scooped back up by Kraftcheck. But once again dropped, and it will go out. And this will now be turned over to the Varsity Blues. Now McDonald, pressured to make a move here by Krafchick. McDonald getting pushed further, but there'll be a whistle blown. McDonald will keep this. Fires it down to James. And here's Sandu. Sandu drops that ball. And it was a fight for this ground ball here. But it will go out. And this will be Griffin's ball. As Isabel Poon and here's James. Quick feet, but just overthrows. But there's a whistle blown. And this will be another free position shot here for Guelph, looking to get one more up on Toronto. I believe this is Natalie James. Chooses to pass it, but just wide. Taylor, or Casey Hogan just missing. It's a good opportunity there for the Griffins. And a quick shot, fires it, and I believe that was Isabel Poon getting that reach around there to add one more on the board. So Guelph is now up 9-5. Another great move, great shot there by Isabella Poon. Another draw here. McConvey looking for some room. Pass to Hogan. Evans back to Hogan. And here's Chapman looking for an opportunity. Chapman making some quick moves. Not able to get through that Toronto defense. He passes it back to McConvey. And here's McConvey. Tried to pass it, but just over the head and goes out of bounds. And this will result in a turnover. Varsity Blues possession. And here's Hogan. Hogan fires, but is picked up by McDonald. But McDonald drops it just before the net. Scoop back up. Chapman. Chapman to Hogan. Hogan to Montgomery. Montgomery looking around. Whistle blown. And it'll be a forced turnover, with Cho starting off with possession here. Here comes Cho. Good speed. Bring it down to midfield. Fires it to Wilcox. Wilcox to Meacham. With 7 minutes left to go. Toronto looking to gain some advantage here in the Guelph zone. Cho brings it back to Clank. High throw there by Stinyard. And it will be a forced turnover. Hungerbuehler with the ball. Wide throw, just got by. Isabella Ward almost had a perfect opportunity there to get one more. And so this will go back in the hands of the Varsity Blues. And here's Cho. Cho looking for some room. That stick looked like it got her in the face, but no call. Cho down to Meacham. Meacham to Ward. Here's Ward now. Ward passes back to Cho. Here's Clank. Ward to Meacham. Meacham waiting for her opportunity here. Looking for some quick moves. And that ball just scoots out. But there's a whistle blown. And so Meacham now with possession. Quick pass, but back to Meacham. Here's Clank looking for some room. Quick turnaround. Does she have room? Yes, she does! Ashley Clank firing it past Hungerbuehler to get Toronto one more, making this game 9-6. That was some quick moves there by Ashley Clank. And a great shot at the top of the net. Maybe Ashley Clank's goal there is going to inspire some more aggressive momentum here by U of T to try and bring this game closer into reach with only 4 minutes left in this final quarter of this lacrosse game. Team's now on a short timeout. And here's the draw here. Ashley Klenk and Maya Gazzola. Klenk will start off with the ball. Here's Meacham. Meacham to Klenk.
My bad, sorry.
Meacham with it now. Meacham quick pass to Ward. And a quick pass down to Klenk, and Ashley Klenk again, another quick shot, making this now a 9-7 game. 2 quick shots here by Ashley Klenk brings Toronto 2 goals closer to tying up this game with only 4 minutes left in this final quarter. That was a great shot just at the bottom of that net. And that's Ashley's second goal of the game, and it is a well-timed goal. So now we have Meacham and McConvey here for the draw. And this ball will be won by Klenk. And here's Sandu. Sandu passing it down. Meacham back to Klenk. Ward to Meacham. Time is dwindling here for the Varsity Blues. Now with Klenk. Here's a quick pass, but just far, as Isabella Ward's shot was just a little off target. And it looked like there might have been a foul called there, so now Isabella Ward will have an opportunity at a free position shot here. And she opts to pass it, but the pass is just over the head. And here comes Meacham. Meacham picking this one back up. And here's Sandu. 2 minutes left in this final quarter here. Klenk. Klenk looking for some room here. Pass it back to Sandu. And Sandu passes it. Picked up by Ward. Ward looking for some room. Back to Meacham. Chow now looking for some room. Cho, sorry. But Cho's throw is just too high over Klenk's head, and now it's Guelph's ball. But it is knocked out of the hands of Cassie Hogan. But Guelph still keeps possession here with 1 minute left in this quarter. Now with Guelph having this ball, time is on their side. And here is McConvey. Long pass there to Cassie Hogan. Hogan with some quick moves. And here's McConvey. McConvey shoots just over the top of the net. "14 seconds left in this game. The Toronto Blues trying to keep this score at 9-7. And a shot just over the head of Hogan. And time will expire. And that's the game, with Guelph Griffins winning 9-7 against University of Toronto Varsity Blues. That was quite the tight game in the first two quarters, but that third and fourth quarter was all Guelph, coming away with a 9-7 win there. Please stick with us as Ontario Tech takes on Western at 1:45. Thank you for watching on the Excalibur YouTube channel. My name is Terrence Halliday, and we'll see you at the next game.
Welcome everybody to our next matchup here at Justin Chu Stadium. Today we have Ontario Tech Ridgebacks versus the Western Mustangs for our fourth game of the day. We'll be facing off in just a few moments as Ontario Tech are taking the field. My name is Puffin Davison and I'll be bringing you through the game today.
Oh, and my name is Terrence Halliday. And we'll start off
Taking the face-off for Western is Lexi Delisles, who scored one of Western's 5 goals in their earlier game against Trent, which they unfortunately lost 13-5. Over on the Ontario Tech side, it is Reese Peacock taking it, who also scored a goal in their 17-4 loss against Laurier earlier this morning. And with that, the game is off. A quick forced possession over to Western. Delisle's taking the ball all the way to the other end and around behind the Ontario Tech net, where Western are starting to rotate the ball around. And an early save from the sorry, bit of mess in the press box here, but that is a goal for Western, taking the early lead here at the start of our first quarter.
And I believe that goal was scored by number 3, Rachel Albanese.
Facing off again after that goal is going to be Western gaining possession once again. Delisle's being very good at tipping that ball to herself, but is going to get knocked over by Peacock and get a forced possession for Western. As we head back into play, Western taking up the space in front of the net, making sure to put a lot of pressure on this Ontario Tech defense as they just miss off target, sending the ball rolling out the back. And that's going to be the Ontario Tech goalie, Stolarek, taking the ball and passing it up the field. Ontario Tech on a breakaway, but intercepted by Western. And that was number 11 from Western scoring. Taylor Keast scoring her first goal of the game, putting Western up 2-0 early. And the face-off is caught by Western, but is going to be done again. Looking like it may have been a false start. And as we head back off, Western able to take control of the ball. That is Bordejon taking the ball over to Western, rotating the ball around the net, pushing forward, but keeping good control and keeping that pressure on the Ontario Tech defense. Western keeping that ball moving, but Ontario Tech are able to fend off any shots on goal.
Now here's Bordejon. Bordejon looking for some room. Here's some quick moves by Bordejon.
Finds
Fires,
it.
scores at the bottom there. Just passing Hunter Storlek for the third goal of the game. Beautiful shot by Georgia Bordejon. Western coming off this first quarter, very aggressive, very quick, already putting 3 on against Ontario Tech.
Yeah.
And here's the draw.
It's clear their game against Trent this morning left them with a fire that Ontario Tech is now having to deal with.
And here's a fight for this ground ball here. Picked back up by Western. There's Wilkins.
Over to Bordejon. And a missed pass out the back.
And this will be a forced turnover. Ontario Tech will pass it to Storlek. But here's a great opportunity here for Snethan, who just misses right off target. And that'll be another forced turnover.
Yep. Back over to Starlek.
Here's Peacock. And that's pushed out.
Pushed out.
Ground ball out, but whistle called, and that will remain Ontario Tech ball.
Peacock with an open lane, heading forward, able to get ahead and around the Ontario Tech, the Western defenders, sorry. But a bungled pass and a blocked shot on goal sends it out the back and over into Western's control, where we are getting Audrey Taylor bringing the ball up the field. Nope, sorry. That is Cameron Wine, my apologies.
Western keeping up this aggressive momentum here. Here's Delisle. Delisle looking for some room.
Finding it in Wilkins.
And here's a good opportunity here for Albanese, but just misses and goes out.
It's going to be Ontario Tech ball in the back, taken by Storlek. Storlek sending it to Emma Bryan, who's going to be... Oh, my God.
And here's a good run for Ontario Tech here. Here's LeBlanc.
Western keeping up good pressure on the defense, on the defensive side. But Ontario Tech finding a
Copens.
gap and getting it.
And that was
Right in the
number
back of
4,
the
Isabel
net.
Copens, finding the bottom of that net.
Ontario Tech stopping a shutout and showing that while Western may have taken an early lead, that lead should not be taken for granted.
Ontario Tech goal scored by number 4, Isabel Copens.
And chipping off again. It's going to be a ground ball. And after, as they continue to struggle, it's going to be a call.
Not quite sure what the call was on the field there.
Forced turnover to Ontario Tech, it seems. Seemingly due to an issue elsewhere on the field.
And here's a good run again by Ontario Tech. Putting on the pressure now. But she is pushed out. But it might have been a foul call.
It's looking to be the case. It's going to be Ontario Tech is going to have the ball.
And it'll be Copens starting. Copens looking for some room, closing in on this Western defensive zone. But the ball is squabbled, and there's a ground ball. Whistle called. Might have been for... And it'll be Western's ball.
Oh.
I guess it was too early of a start there for Western, but it still will remain in their possession.
And off they go. Western very quickly moving this ball up the field, able to get back into Ontario Tech's defensive zone. But Ontario Tech are able to put pressure on much earlier than on previous attempts from Western. But Western still making it into that crease right in front of the net. But Ontario Tech maintaining pressure and forcing Western to stay on the outside. Western finding a way in and the back of the net for their 4th of the game. I think so. And we've just gotten confirmation that was number 17, Reese Wilkins, scoring that goal for Western.
Goal, Western, scored by number 17, Reese Wilkins.
And we're heading back to center for face-off, and off we go, a ground ball. Ontario Tech getting there first and taking control of it. Very quickly taking a fast lead down the field. But Western's defense are able to keep Ontario Tech to the outsides of this defensive zone.
And here's Blair waiting for her teammates to get into position here. Looking to get around. Finding room, a quick backhand pass to Copens. Let's see what Copens do here. Copens is quick. And here's a great pass, but it is gobbled up by Tegan Lewis. Tegan Lewis has been great on defensive saves.
Ground ball, but whistle called against Ontario Tech. It's going to be Western with the forced turnover and able to use that to bring the ball well down the field and well into Ontario Tech's zone. On Western keeping it, the ball well.
And here's Scott. Scott with a quick pass.
And
Right under the legs.
one
And
more.
that was a nice shot again by Reese Wilkins right at the bottom of that net.
Scoring her second of the game, very similar to her first. It is a quick shot from right in front after an unexpected pass.
Storlek just couldn't get down quick enough to stop that ground ball right to the bottom of the net. And that will put up Western 4-1 in this very, very quick first quarter with only 30 seconds left.
Western,
A goal scored by number 17, Reese Wilkins.
a lot of these goals are, Western is taking a lot of risks here and it's paying off. These passes right into the center are very likely to get intercepted by Ontario Tech. So the success of this is showing Western what they can do.
And this is a draw control win by Western here with only 20 seconds left to go.
Western, well, they're going to be looking for their sixth. They're pushing forward fast. It's a ground ball recovered by Western before sending it through the middle into the back of the net.
That was a great
in the
shot there
final
by
second.
Ryan Weatherden.
Weatherden getting Western a 6. We're going to await to see if that is the end of the quarter. And we've gotten confirmation it is. So that is going to end the first quarter of the game with Western leading 6-1. And welcome back as we're getting started in our second quarter here at Justin Chu Stadium between the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks and the Western Mustangs. Our eventful first quarter left Western with a 5-point lead and a 6-1 game over Ontario Tech. Both these teams coming off a loss this morning. Western feeling good as they're looking to get a win on the day.
And here's the draw.
And it's a ground ball, but picked up by Ontario Tech. deflected by Western, who are going to take control of it, and after a very clean pass, head straight towards Ontario Tech's defensive zone.
And here's McLeod looking for some room. Back to Wilkins. Western looking to spread out this Ontario Tech defense. And here's a quick pass.
Then that is the risky pass into the middle that had paid off well for Western in the first quarter, but the pass just misses here. They are still able to get control, and a great save by Storolak for Ontario Tech. Western, though, taking that rebounded, that deflected shot and keeping control of the ball, looking for another, but Ontario Tech able to keep enough pressure on Western to keep everyone on the outside. And it is going to be a call for...
It looks like this will be a free position shot here for Western. And I think it's being taken here.
And straight to the back of the net.
And I believe that was Western number 10, Lexi Delisle, with that beautiful free position shot to get Western up one more.
Yeah, that is her second of the game and third on the day.
Who won?
As we get back, Ontario Tech with control of the ball. It's going to be a forced turnover to Western, however. As we're going to get Abigail McLeod taking the ball right down, and Western going to start trying to look for an opening, circling the ball around. Pass intercepted by Ontario Tech, who are going to drop the ball but maintain some control of it. And a foul is called against Western, giving Ontario Tech a free spot with the ball.
And that was a good interception there by Batsford, as now Ontario Tech has taken it down to the Western zone.
Ontario Tech able to quickly get it into Western, but falling over and losing the ball. Western taking full advantage and control of it, as they're now going to be heading back down the field. As we get a ground ball, but Western able to come out of the other side, having maintained control. And they're going to go back to looking for a gap as they keep Ontario Tech's defense working overtime. And a great save by Storolak for Ontario Tech. But Western still keeping some control of the ball as it heads out the back and is going to be once again Western's. Ontario Tech putting good pressure on Western, although they are able to keep control of the ball despite a slight interception and a just off target and out the back.
And that was Georgia Bordejan with almost a picture-perfect sling. And here's Hughes. Hughes to Bordejan. And that just pops out. Fight for this ground ball. Whistle blown, and it'll be a forced turnover, and that's Ontario Tech's ball. That was a good job by the Ontario Tech defense there to stop this momentum. And here's Storlek working to make something happen with this offense. Storlek waiting for her opportunity. Quick little shot, pick back up.
And Ontario Tech bringing the ball along up the side, getting ahead of the Western defenders, but it's not quite enough. And after a struggle over a ground ball, it's going to be Western taking control. And after a long pass near halfway up the field, Western are going to get a breakaway at the net.
And Keys just wasn't able to find that, but she is looking to make some moves with her teammate. And here's a shot. Trying to make ground, could not get through.
Couldn't find an opening to take the shot there.
And that's intercepted again by Ontario Tech as there's now a run down to midfield. Here's a little foot race. It bobbles out. Ontario Tech able to scoop that back up.
But ground balls again. Western looking like they're going to be able to get to it first to the ball. And they are, but Ontario Tech is immediately on top of them.
And here's a quick move.
And Western right into the back. That was... Yeah. That was Emma Bryan for Western, her first one of the game, bringing them up to a score of 8-1.
So that brings this game to 8-1, only in the second quarter here. Western definitely taking advantage of this early half of the game. And here's the draw.
And it's a ground ball headed towards Ontario Tech. Western able to get control of it there. That's Delisle's bringing the ball up the wings. Looking for a teammate, finds Albanese. And Western are going to slow down a bit as they try and look for an opening in this Ontario Tech defense. Western keeping the ball, but receiving a lot of pressure from Ontario Tech. They're unable to find an opening. But they're going for it. Doesn't find the shot. It's a ground ball. And it's going to be Western getting control of it, but it's going to be going out the back. And it's going to go to Ontario Tech. Passing it to Storlack. He's going to send the ball. Ontario Tech able to push, but dropping the ball and getting a forced turnover to Western.
And here's Fisher trying to keep up, but it's picked back up by Western. Accuracy able to pass that back to Taylor Keast. Lighten the pressure just a little bit. And now here comes Keast running up the wing here. She's got a little bit of speed. Nobody's on her. She can make a break for it right here. Chooses to pass it. That was a good option there.
Ground ball, bit of a struggle. Western coming out with it. And after passing around, a good block by Storlack. Keeping Western on their heels. That's Abigail McLeod taking it, passing it over to Isabel Accuracy.
Western looking for some room here. Trying to get in that zone. Here comes a shot, and that's an easy goal right around Storlack. Storlack had no chance once she went up to get that. So Western once more adding to their total here. And so I believe that was Lexi Delau.
And another from Western near immediately. That looks like it was not that. I believe that was Georgia Borderjohn, but it was bringing Western up. Yeah.
Another quick score there by Georgia Borderjohn, making this a 10-1 game. And Western is certainly not giving up any ground here to Ontario Tech, here with only a minute 30 left. And this draw quickly controlled by Western. Western making their move quickly. Very aggressive on this offense.
That's
quick pass. Here's a sling. Little juke move. Not enough. Here's McLeod. McLeod passes it back. A whistle blown before any more can be done.
It's going to be.
And this might be a free position shot here.
Free position shot for Western as the geese fly over.
And here's a shot.
Takes it right to the back.
And Western adding one more in the dying few seconds of this final minute.
Closest. The one who's closest to us? Yeah. So that was Sophia Giuliano scoring Western's 11th point here in the dying seconds of
And that was a
our
quick
second quarter.
Draw control win there by Western again.
But it is dropped, and we got a ground ball here. Ontario Tech able to take control with 12 seconds left in the half. Can they find a way into Western's net?
5 seconds left.
And they do.
A buzzer
And
beater for Ontario
in the last
Tech.
second, Ontario Tech able to get their second goal of the game. And that beautiful final goal was scored by Audrey Taylor, number 23 for Ontario Tech. And with that, we are going to take a short break for half. Don't go anywhere. This exciting game is yet to conclude. And as Ontario Tech have shown, they have what it takes. We'll see if they're able to mount an insane comeback for the back half. And welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium, where we have the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks taking on the Western Mustangs. And in the first half of this game, Western was able to take a commanding lead. But Ontario Tech did end it off with a beautiful goal showing us what they are capable of. But with a very quick control of the ball from Western and immediate pressure being put onto the Ontario Tech defense, it's looking like we may get a repeat of our first half here in the second early on. And a quick goal by Western, putting them up by 10 with 12 points. Then that was scored by Lexi Delisle's, her third of the game.
Western goal scored by number 10, Lexi Delisle.
All right, here comes the draw control. Ontario Tech is going to need to strike fast here at the start of this second half if they hope to make a comeback. And here they come down the field. Here comes Copens looking for a shot. Passed it over to Taylor.
Ontario Western able to take that intercepted pass, but get a failed pass of their own. Ontario Tech back in control of the ball as it falls to the ground, and Western are going to be having gotten it back after a bit of a kerfuffle.
Here's Albanese on the other end for Western now, sending that over to Delisle. Over to Wilkins, back to Delisle. Delisle, there is a whistle down.
And it is going to be a
free position shot for Delisle here.
Western have been able to capitalize very well on these throughout the first half of the game. Let's see if they can continue that here. And it is deflected by Storlak for Ontario Tech.
I believe that did go
Never
in,
mind.
so off of the goalie, and it is number 10, Lexi Delisle, scoring. So she picks up her second of the game there off of that free position shot. Fourth of the game. So Western extending their lead even further. Now up by 11.
Showing us why she was Western's MVP last year.
Goal scored by number 10, Lexi Delisle.
So here comes the Ridgebacks in control, but already Western putting on that pressure defensively, not letting them get through that midfield. A great job there by Bordejean. And LeBlanc steps out of bounds there, and that's a crucial turnover. And here comes Snetham.
But
Bordejean picks this ball up, looking to regroup here for Western, setting up a play over to Snetham. Back to Bordejean. Bordejean going downhill here. Tried to get a rip off there, but it does go off of a Storlak save. So Storlak goes to LeBlanc. LeBlanc is going to find a pass there, but it becomes a ground ball, and Western fighting for it with the Ridgebacks.
no one quite able to get any control in.
There goes Wilson with the ball, and here comes a fast break now, and here's Weatherdon. Weatherdon all by herself. She's got plenty of space. Quick pass over to Wilkins, but Storlak snuffs it out.
It's a ground ball. Ontario Tech briefly in control. It's going to be A forced turnover, though, after Western player pushed them to the ground.
Yeah, that was Wilkins getting a little bit too aggressive there on offense, giving the Razorbacks another chance to make something happen offensively, but Western doing a really good job of holding Ontario Tech in the midfield, not letting them get through to their defensive end. And they are just unable to get any momentum going. That's a great interception there by Weatherdon.
It's a ground ball, a lot of fighting. Ontario Tech going to come out in control, pass it back to Storlack. It's going to make a good push forward, but Western able to maintain that pressure, making it very difficult for Ontario Tech to get through that midfield.
So here come the Ridgebacks looking to make a push. They've got Peacock coming up the middle. That goes right into Bordejan.
And it's going to be a forced turnover to Ontario Tech.
Yeah, so Copens here starting things off with the ball, looking to make a move. Quick jab step. She's got Peacock next to her, but she goes to Taylor. Taylor, Ontario Tech's leading scorer. Looking to add on to that tally here. Taylor gets around her man. Taking a shot and rips it. And that was a great play there by Taylor. And so that is her second of the match. Taylor did a great job of getting her around her defender. So Ontario Tech closes this lead down to 10. 8 minutes left here in the third quarter. And it's going to be Ella Hughes taking this draw control. We'll see how Western responds here.
And it's going to be a ground ball. Looking like Ontario Tech is coming out with control, however.
Yeah, and here comes Stephanie Park, the rookie, first year here for OTech, coming in, finding Copens, but Copens getting swallowed up by the Mustangs defense.
Still in control, however, and able. Oh, and we're getting a forced turnover to Western, or to Ontario Tech.
Yeah,
sorry.
that was Stada getting a little bit too aggressive on defense, giving up that free position shot. Copens trying to take it, but goes right to the hands of Tegan Lewis. Now Bordejan running through the middle. She's got Wilkins to her left. And there's Wilkins. Has a quick pass and an easy shot there to put it away is Ryan Weatherdon. So number 13 gets her second goal of the match. And it is now 14-3. So Ontario Tech, although they did score a goal, Western responds right away and increases their lead to 11 now. So things are looking dire for the Ridgebacks.
As we head to the draw control, it's going to be we're going to be redoing it.
Yeah, so Hughes and Reese Peacock will reset here, trying to get a clean draw control underway.
And it's going to go straight to Delisle's.
Yeah, and back comes Weatherdon for the Mustangs, looking to recreate that last play. And Delisle was rushing through the middle there, but got swallowed up by that Ridgebacks defense, and they're going to look to make a push through the midfield. And the Ridgebacks do break through. Let's see what they got here on this fast break transition. It's going to be Peacock running the show.
Peacock able to get that ball well into Western zone. and able to keep good control of it while her teammates get in position.
Yeah, and here's Taylor working her magic, trying to get around her defenders. And she makes a move for it, but she does get taken down, and there is a whistle. So there is some cross-checking, and it will be a free position shot for Audrey Taylor. Looking to get a score here. Taylor makes a move, but just skies it above the net. So the Ridgebacks will look to regroup here.
Western, though, able to keep the Ridgebacks well.
And that is Lewis with the snag on that save. So it is Western in control of this ball, and they're going to make a push here. I believe that's Giuliano making a push downfield, looking for a shot. Decides to hand it off.
Ontario Tech keeping good pressure on that Western offense, keeping them on the outside, making shots difficult. But it's going to be it's looking like a free position shot for Western.
And that goes right off the post.
Western, though,
that was Willow Tuck taking that shot, but just getting denied by Starlick. And there's Bordejean. Can't quite control it, but she does pick it back up, looking for some space, and Bordejean attacking. Back to Bordejean. She's got Wilkins in the middle. Decides to dump it off behind the net. And Bordejean almost found in the middle right there, but couldn't quite handle that pass. So the connection was failed, and it goes into Starlick. There is another miscue and a turnover for the Ridgebacks. And that is something that they really need to limit, as it's been giving Mustangs way too many opportunities. And here's another chance for them, but right off the outside of the net.
Storlock able to get control of the ball to give Ontario Tech a chance of getting over and getting some possession into Western's zone. But Western's offense are able to keep the Ridgebacks in their own defensive zone. And after a missed pass from Storlack, it's Bordejean. It's
Reynolds.
Reynolds, sorry. On the outside.
So here's Bordejean now in control. Quick jab step there. Dumps that off. Western's got a great chance here. But denied.
Delisles finds Bordejean.
And it's Storlack once again making up that brick wall, not letting these past couple shots go by. And there's under a minute left in this third quarter. Heading into the fourth, Ontario Tech is going to look to make a last-minute move. Ground ball picked up here. Ridgebacks low on time. Got to make something work, and that's swallowed up by Bordejean and Delisle. Delisle's going to dump this out up to Weatherdon. And Weatherdon's got a lot of space with Wilkins. Let's see what they got. The dump to Wilkins, and will not be denied. And what a great pass there. The give and go. And Wilkins finishes the job. So 22 seconds left. The Ridgebacks looked like they were making a push, but it got swallowed up by that Mustangs defense. They turned it into some offense, and it was a great goal by Weatherdon and Wilkins. 15-3.
That's a Western goal scored by number 17, Reese Wilkins.
So here is Lexi Delisle and Reese Peacock going head-to-head here in this draw control.
Likely to be the last one of this third quarter, as Western are able to get control fairly deep into their own zone. Ontario Tech maintaining good pressure, forcing them to go back all the way back to Lewis.
And Reynolds is going to run out this clock, and that is the end of the third quarter. So Western extending their lead. It is 15-3. OTEC down by 12 going into the fourth and final quarter, and looking to avoid another loss for them. They do not want to fall to 1-5. However, it will be a tough mountain to climb. So stick with us as we head into the fourth.
All right, welcome back.
We are back at Justin Chu Stadium for this fourth and final quarter between Western and Ontario Tech. And as it stands right now, it is a 12-goal blowout. So we'll see if Ontario Tech can manage to get themselves back into this match. It will be extremely difficult as Western is looking great offensively and holding the Ridgebacks to their defensive zone.
And when the Ridgebacks have been able to get offensive attempts, they've had some struggles when it comes to passing that Western have been able to take great advantage of. If Ontario Tech can fix their issues with passing, they have a chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, they've been their own worst enemy, honestly, and if they can limit the turnovers, this game could look very different, but Western is taking full advantage of Ontario Tech's mistakes. So we'll see what they can do here. Maybe the huddle has change their outlook on this match. But Reynolds is absolutely smothering the Ridgebacks here defensively and making it very difficult to get any shot off, and that one goes way out of bounds above the head of Tegan Lewis.
The Ridgebacks able to very quickly. The Mustangs able to very quickly bring that ball into the Ridgebacks defensive zone, where they're now circling, looking for space, and it's just off to the right.
Yeah, that was a great pass by Ryan Weatherdon, but Goldthrop just couldn't put that away. There just wasn't enough space there, and Stolarek did a good job of closing out.
And Delisle's looking to push her way through, but Ontario Tech are able to stop her.
Yeah, Stolarek holding down the fortress there on that play and snuffing out the Delisle's pressure.
That was Isabel Coppins bringing the ball up for Ontario Tech.
And it's Reynolds once again absolutely shutting down this Ridgebacks offense. They had a nice pass there, but Reynolds absolutely putting that attacker in jail.
Ontario Tech showing off that they are a capable team. They are a team who can get the ball where it needs to be, but this Mustangs defense is just too overwhelming. Ontario Tech, however, still able to maintain some control of the ball. As I say that, it's turned over to Western. And that was Abigail McLeod who's taking the ball right into the Ridgebacks offensive zone, and with a pass across but a grounded ball, Storlak is able to take control of it and send it up the middle.
And once again, it is another turnover. So the pass by Storlak, just nobody there in that midfield, getting locked down by the Mustangs, and they're turning that defense right into offense.
And the refs not super happy with Cameron Wine here after multiple whistles. But it's going to be Ontario Tech with the forced turnover.
So Storlak gets that to Stephanie Park. And Park gives it up to Blair, and Blair has some blazing speed here. She's got Taylor to her left, but decides not to go for it. Taylor is Ontario Tech's top scorer. And just like that, it is another unforced turnover, and it seems as though Mackenzie Tomset may be injured after that jab step, and it looks like potentially a rolled ankle. So that is...
And they're going to be calling...
Definitely a big loss there for Ontario Tech. Never want to see a player go down like that, so hopefully she can get up by herself, but it looks like she can't put a lot of weight on that ankle.
She is limping. The medical team are helping her get off of the field here. As she gets off, it seems that she is able to put a little more weight on it. Now that she is getting some help, it's looking like things will be okay as we get back underway here.
Taylor now in control here and weaving through the Mustangs defense. Trying to find a pass over to Peacock. Peacock rips it, but just off the mark. That was a good play there by Ontario Tech, but the Mustangs really making things difficult on them. So now it's Reynolds in command. Dumps that off to Lewis. So just about 9 minutes 40 left on the game clock. And here comes Accursi bringing this ball down. She's got Ella Hughes. Dumped down to Weatherdon. Weatherdon finds a streaking Bordejean, and Bordejean puts it away, and that's a great assist by Weatherdon. And number 21, Georgia Bordejean, puts that one into the net and extends the Western lead 16-3.
Yeah.
So that is a hat trick for Bordejean now.
Ontario Tech have been doing a lot better in this fourth quarter. They've been able to be much stronger defensively, though it has not been enough to get them in on the offensive side as much, where they still seem to be struggling against Western.
Western goal scored by number 21, Georgia Bordejean.
And it's going to be immediately called in a forced turnover to Western. We're going to take the ball and start putting pressure on this Ridgebacks defense, who are able to stop them, and it's a ground ball, a large scramble. Seems like that's going to be the Lyles taking control of the ball for Western.
McLeod tried to find a pass there. Looking for anything. Leet making a move for it, Leedy. Back down to McLeod. Here's Weatherdon. And a quick pass there, and it is going to be McLeod who gets that goal to go. And Western is pouring it on here, really ramping up this score. It's 17-3, and with just 17 minutes left, a 14-goal deficit may be too much to handle for the Ridgebacks. So here is another draw control, and it is going to be snagged out of the air by the Mustangs. Going the other way here, pushing the pace with Katie Wilson. And here comes Katie Wilson all the way, and what a play by the Mustangs. And was that that was Abigail McLeod once again.
For her second in feeling what seemed like just as many seconds. Abigail McLeod able to...
I believe there was a 5-second difference on the actual game clock since those plays. So Western wasting absolutely no time getting that goal and extending their lead. They aren't happy with it just yet.
It seems like in the last few minutes that Ontario Tech defense and kind of stepping up we've been talking about seems to have eroded just as quickly as they were able to build it up, as Western have just managed to dominate this field in just about every way. With a ground ball to scramble, it's looking like Ontario Tech, but Western are able to send it out and gain control of it.
And McLeod trying to scoop that one up. Some aggressive defense there.
And Bordejean
Taylor.
going in, and an amazing block by Storlak.
Bordejean gets the quick pass and the bouncing ball off of Albanese, but just goes out. McLeod over to Bordejean. Bordejean gets another pass through the middle, and Western wasting another opportunity there. Courtney Scott just could not finish off that play. And the Mustangs, although they're up by 15 goals, will just not let up on the pressure. And out of nowhere, in comes flying Bordejean, and Georgia Bordejean has number 4 on the day. That's number 21, Georgia Bordejean. And she is having an amazing afternoon so far.
Western goal scored by number 21, Georgia Bordejean. Hey, I got cheers. That was great. That was great. Dude, this no, it's not doing now.
Western
No,
able to keep good pressure here on Ontario Tech, but there's going to be a flag.
So it is a free position shot here.
And Ontario Tech are able to defend it, but it's going to be another pre-position shot for Western. And this time Storlak able to save it from number 20 and send Ontario Tech the other way. A brief time on the ground, but the ball is still moving towards Western's, but the ball is dropped, and it's going to go into Western's control as Courtney Scott gets pushed out. And it's a ground ball. Ontario Tech able to gain control of it. I believe
That's Audrey Taylor ripping through the Mustangs defense, bringing it all the way up close and personal with Tegan Lewis. But
a missed pass.
That's another unforced turnover that the Ridgebacks are lucky to get back in their possession, but these passes are just not connecting for the Ridgebacks. It's a big reason as to why they are so behind. Here's Peacock.
And as we enter the final minute with a lead of this size, it is safe to call the game. Good is over as Lewis gets a save. Western pushing down the field.
And here comes Delisle. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and Western, rather than burning the clock, will go for another goal.
Another goal in this situation would burn the clock, so the difference is fairly minimal to them. But as we hit the final 10 seconds here, it is looking like Western is just going to burn the clock out. And take The game 19-3 over Ontario Tech is the final score.
So there is a victory for Western. They improved their record to 4-2 in the regular season, splitting the games today with Trent and Ontario Tech. And so they've got to be happy with how they played, how they responded after that early morning loss to the Excalibur. The Ridgebacks, on the other hand, suffering 2 pretty brutal losses in a row. So they're going to look to regroup before heading into tomorrow. But stick with us as we have an exciting matchup between the Guelph Griffins and the Trent Excalibur coming up.
That'll be at 3:30, so in a little over half an hour.
Yep, so my name's Anson Boris.
And my name is Puffin Davison.
And you can stick around.
And we'll see you later.
Hello and welcome to Justin Chu Stadium. We have another matchup here in today's tournament between the Guelph Griffins and the Trent Excalibur. Both of these teams are coming off of a win. Trent with the first one of the day in a 13-5 win against Western, and the Guelph Griffins defeated the UFT Varsity Blues in a very close matchup. So we'll see who comes out on top on this one and pulls away with the win. Trent is still undefeated as it stands with a 5-0 record. Guelph is sitting at a 4-1 record after today's win versus UFT. So it is going to be Fournier taking the face-off here to start things off.
Your Trent Excalibur.
And it is going to be Guelph starting off with possession. There goes Rachel McConvey. And it's going to be Maddie Baxter going the other way. Maddie Baxter, who had 6 goals in the first match, almost ripped her first in this one, but just over the head of Hungerbuehler.
That's some great aggression. First play of the game. Maddie Baxter already putting immense pressure on this Guelph defense.
So here come the Griffins once again. Both teams looking to strike first here and draw first blood. That's going to be Amy Evans for Guelph. Griffins playing this patiently. The give and go to Amy Evans. She's in control at the top of the screen now.
Little pass to Kennedy Peters. Kennedy Peters looking for some room. Going at fires, but it is scooped up by Kieran Giroux. Great save by Giroux there.
And hustling down the field are the Excaliburs, with Abby Hiltz leading the charge. Now down to Obi. Obi finds Reynolds. Reynolds has a cutting Hiltz, and there is Hiltz with the first goal of the game. And a great pass there. Sophia Reynolds found a cutting Hiltz, and she put that away and made no mistake.
Hiltz had a great read on that. Nobody was there to block her, and she had a perfect sling right for the first goal of this game.
So the Excalibur will look to add on to an early goal after they start the scoring off here. Guelph looking to retaliate. And that ball is up and fought over, but Guelph scoops that up. And that's Krafchek. And Guelph going to go back to their zone. Casey Hogan hauling that cross field. Guelph looking for any opening in this Excalibur defense, and there's a good job of causing a loose ball, but still Guelph's possession. And Gazzola closing in. A lot of Griffins pressure, but the Excaliburs are not breaking under the pressure. Krafchek passes it over to Verge. Just looking for any cracks in this Excalibur defense, taking their time. The Griffins being very patient. They want to get a score on the board quickly. And they're going to make their move here, looking for an open pass. They've got Verge. Verge hauls it to Peters, and Peters now in command. Peters going behind the net now. Out to Verge. Kravchuk dumps that, looking to make a move. And drawing the foul. So this will be a big opportunity for the Griffins now with this free position shot coming up. And it looks like it's going to be Maya Gazzola taking this shot. Going in for it. And cannot find the back of the net. It is defended off by the Excaliburs. So the Excaliburs survive that little scare. And back to Kravchuk. And Kravchuk just kind of shuffling along, looking for an open pass. Decides to go back to Verge. Verge dumping it to Gazzola. Gazzola goes back to Verge, and they're taking their time here. A long set, and tried to find a cutting Verge there, but
and it looks like Maddie Baxter received a penalty there. So now Trent Excalibur in their own zone will be a woman down. Not a good sign here early in this quarter.
yeah, the Excalibur have to tread carefully here to not give up this free position shot. They do not want to allow the Griffins to tie things up. Play is underway, looking for a shot, and the Guelph Griffins go for the throat, and they get a goal here, and it is tied at 1 apiece.
Unfortunate goal here early in the quarter with a woman down. That is not what you want to see.
It's a tough break for the Excaliburs, but the Guelph Griffins put on a great possession there offensively, drawing multiple fouls, getting them a woman up, and then eventually taking advantage of that. So that was Allison Verge with that free position shot score. And here they come again, the Griffins pushing the pace and really attacking this Excalibur defense, not letting up whatsoever. And so there's Amy Evans now with the ball. Going cross court back to Montgomery. So I believe it's in the hands of Evans.
Some good defense there by Ledusser.
Yeah, Ledusser playing some physical defense there, and that goes off of Kieran Giroux. Guelph Griffins making their move and converting on that, and they take the lead here out of the gates. And so the Griffins there putting more pressure on the Excaliburs and breaking through to the back of the net.
The Excaliburs really needed to break out of their zone here. They've lost all 3 of the draw controls. They're looking to get into that Guelph zone, but they need to be winning these draw controls. They're really important early in these quarters.
So that was number 3, Lindsay Montgomery, scoring for the Griffins to take the lead. And so it is another turnover for the Excalibur. They got to do a better job of taking care of their possessions here early in this match. They don't want to fall too far behind the Griffins. So Guelph attacking here with Allison Verge. Verge spinning, trying to find a play here with Kravchik. And Maddie Baxter is going to fight for this ball, trying to scoop it up, and she does. Great job of recovering that ball and weaving through the Griffins here. And now it's going to be Leducer going the other way. She takes a fall. So Rebecca Leducer gets the foul call, and here come the Excalibur. And that's Tisha Weber. Back out to Abby Hiltz, the team captain for the Excalibur. Up to Baxter in the middle. That's Giroux on that far side. The Excalibur's getting settled here in the Guelph zone. Here Obi back behind the net, hands it off. She had Reynolds there, but she keeps the ball. So Obi in control, gives it to Baxter. The former NCAA D1 athlete coming to the Excaliburs as a rookie. And Abby Hiltz looking to pressure, taking a rip, but just off target. It's a save there by Hungerbuehler. Out to Baxter now. Finding Hiltz. Baxter attacking. Little jab step. She has some room, trying to utilize that speed. She had a cutting Leducer. Here's Hiltz, finding some room. Looking for a shot. There's Baxter, can't handle it. But still the Excalibur have control, and that's a great pickup there for Abby Hiltz. The Griffins putting on a show defensively as well, but both teams vying for possession. Here's Hiltz. Waiting. Looking for an opening. She decides to make her own. Rips a shot just over the net. And Abby Hiltz has been a commander in this possession. Obi passing out to Leducer. Here's Grosjean. Grosjean looking for a chance. She's got speed, and there's Grosjean. And Olivia Grosjean, number 7, breaks through to tie things up. And that was an electric possession for the Excaliburs. They needed that, and they got it. And the Excaliburs played a near perfect offensive possession there, waiting for the right opportunity, and Grosjean struck at the right time.
Olivia Grosjean, her first of the game.
Here's Fournier looking to improve the Excalibur's draw control win rate. Right now they are trailing 4-1. And this is going to go back. The Excaliburs fight for it. And that is another win for the Griffins. Definitely something they need to clean up. The Excaliburs had a chance there, but down the field, here comes Sarah Chapman using that speed, getting a pass behind the net, and now it's going to be the Griffins with a chance. There's Montgomery behind the net here. There's Amy Evans here for the Griffins, looking for an opening, utilizing that screen on Grosjean. And the Griffins playing a very slow-paced game offensively, taking their time, looking for a chance there, and they answer right away, sending that past Giroux. So that was Rachel McConvey, and Rachel McConvey was Guelph's Athlete of the Week. She had a 7-goal weekend a couple weekends ago, so a massive big-time scorer for this Guelph squad, and she actually led the team scoring in 2024, so she is no stranger to finding the back of the net, and she does it once again here.
This is quite the different game we've seen here from Trent's first game of this tournament, where they had almost 11 draw control wins to 5 here, and today they haven't won a single draw control yet, and I think that's really hurting their offense capabilities right now as Western picks up another draw control, but there's a whistle blown, and that will be a forced turnover to Trent. And Matty Baxter passes it to Fournier. Fournier looking for room onto Hiltz.
So Trent will get settled here in this offensive zone. They've got 38 seconds to make something happen. Baxter and Fournier in the middle of the field. There's Giroux as well. Giroux makes a cut.
And it looks like there is a card issued. And I believe it's for Guelph.
So potentially a free position shot here. Is that Tisha Weber? Passes it off to Matty Baxter. Quick pass. Fournier in the middle. Can't quite control it. Both teams vying for that ground ball. Looks like the Excalibur win it. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's Abby Hiltz here. They're looking to equalize it. 12 seconds left. 10. They've got 9 with Baxter. 6 seconds left. Baxter making a move. Quick pass. And it's Grosjean once again. And she ties it up in the dying seconds. A buzzer beater. And Olivia Grosjean with number 2 of the game. And that is clutch if I've ever seen it to end the first quarter. And that was an electric first quarter of play between these two teams going back and forth. Punch for punch here.
Scored by number 7, Olivia Grosjean. It is her second of the game.
So Guelph going for a slower paced offensive set. Meanwhile, the Excaliburs utilizing that ball movement and their speed with the legs of Olivia Grosjean and Matty Baxter. Stick with us as we head into what will be a promising, exciting period number 2. So welcome back here into this second quarter. And if you missed that first quarter, it was a doozy here as both teams going blow for blow. It's a 3-3 tie. And in the dying seconds of that first quarter, Olivia Grosjean found her second of the match, utilizing that speed and the ball movement of the Excaliburs. Meanwhile, Guelph really slowing things down on offense, finding openings, and then making their moves. So we'll see which strategy comes out on top here between two very talented teams. One thing that should be noted, though, is that the draw control wins are heavily in favor of the Griffins, so the Excalibur need some cleaning up to do on that end. We'll see if they can do that. It's going to be Baxter here, switching out for Natalie Fournier, who was taking most of those draw control wins. And that is another one for Guelph. You can put that on the tally. So that was McConvey winning that one. And once again, you can see the Griffins really taking their time. Sending that out to Montgomery. Montgomery has McCovey, Guelph's star player. And that's a dump off to Evans. The Griffins here trying to make a move. Evans once again. There's Montgomery attacking, looking for a shot, and it's into the hands of Giroux. And Kieran Giroux picks up a big snag on that one. Long pass, can't quite connect. And the Excalibur's caught off guard there. And that is a sloppy turnover. Here comes Evans. And that's going to go the way of Lindsey Montgomery. Montgomery. No way by. There's Cassie Hogan. Hogan dumps that off to Gazzola. Grosjean defending. Fournier and Baxter in the middle. They switch. Guelph forces the switch, but it is Giroux right in the middle. So Guelph tried to pressure there, but it is Excalibur that survived that.
And here comes Weber running down the line as the Excaliburs are on the attack here.
Tisha Weber finding Amelia Obi. And there's Reynolds on the other end. Fournier with it, spinning move, passing it off. A quick pass to Baxter, and what a handle by Maddie Baxter. Oh my goodness, snagging that out of the air and giving the Excaliburs a 4-3 lead. Maddie Baxter. Oh my goodness. So that's her first of the day. Sorry, first of the game. It's her 7th of the day. So it's going to be Fournier going up for this draw control.
24, Maddie Baxter, her first of the game.
And so this is up, and Baxter going to utilize that speed to pick this ball right back up. Here's Maddie Baxter. Going to send that over to Hiltz. Hiltz all the way down. There's Obi. And Amelia Obi by herself. She's got Grosjean and Baxter as options here. Gonna opt to go for the middle. And Obi gives that one up. And so the Griffins snag that ball back. So Suter sends this to Kravchuk. And that is caught by Montgomery. And Montgomery's going to go the other way now into the sea of white. And Fournier stops her in her tracks. So a great job there by Fournier to slow down that Guelph Griffins push.
And here's Peyton Curtis looking to start something up. Back to Montgomery. looking to make some room with Krafchick. Little pass backwards to Verge. Verge back to Krafchick. Krafchick has speed, has moves. But she throws it away as there's a little run for the ball. And Baxter picks it back up. Excellent ground ball control by Baxter. As now Trent is on the attack. And there is a whistle called and a card issued. And it looks like Guelph has been penalized and Trent will be a woman up here in Guelph's defensive zone. So let's see what Trent can do in this important moment. One woman up.
Yeah, so the Excalibur looking to utilize this woman up opportunity to extend their lead here to potentially 2 goals. Baxter starting things off, passing it out to Obi. This is a big moment here for the Excalibur. Could have huge implications on how the rest of this match goes. Fournier finds Baxter. The Excalibur have to make some cuts here, getting open. Obi, and blocked away. And that's a huge save by Hungerbuehler. The Excalibur will try again. Fournier made a big push there. Back to Obi. And a nice try there by Hiltz, but no way by. And that is a foul in the midfield, so the Guelphs will have possession. And so that chance was broken up, well defended by Guelph. So Curtis now with control at the back, behind the net, looking to equalize. She's got Hogan up there with her. Hogan passes it to Makovi. Hogan still in control. McConvey getting closed off by Ledusser, and in comes Giroux to snag that ball. And so Guelph will retreat here as the connection with Fournier is successful. And down the midfield come the Excaliburs. Natalie Fournier still going. Natalie Fournier. Here's Hiltz. Hiltz had Ledusser going down the middle. There's Baxter instead, and Baxter finds goal number 2 of the day. Maddie Baxter extends the lead 5-3, and that is a big goal for the Excalibur, putting them up by 2. So Trent, after falling behind 2-1, have jumped out to a 2-goal lead here in the second quarter.
Once again, Baxter in the perfect spot to receive that pass and just dumps it perfectly to get Trent 2 up on Guelph in the second quarter.
That was a great set there by the Excalibur. They had Ledusser cutting through the middle, and then right behind her came Baxter, and that was a great job for Hiltz to find her on the run. So forcing Guelph into a timeout here. That's exactly the type of play that the Excaliburs needed.
Despite Guelph's superiority in these draw control wins here, Trent is still getting those turnovers, forcing those turnovers, getting those passes, breaking into their zone. They're doing an excellent job of putting Guelph on the defense constantly, and they should keep this up if they want to get a nice lead ahead of them.
So both teams coming out of the huddles here. We'll see how the Griffins respond. They may want to up the pace on offense, because Trent is doing a great job of having those quick and successful possessions. So Fournier back at it. She's going to be taking on Amy Evans here. That ball is up, and again it's won by the Griffins here. And Grosjean did a good job of blocking that path. And that's a deep ball down there to Curtis. That's Chapman down below. Back off to Curtis. Curtis has Montgomery to her left. Chapman to her right. Montgomery cutting in towards the net. One-on-one with Leducer. And just sneaking by there. So Evans cutting in. And some great defense there by Baxter and Hiltz. Here Fournier running. She's got traffic. So there, 21, Sophia Reynolds bringing the ball down the field. Trent's going to set up behind the net now with Obi once again. Up to Baxter. There's Grosjean, Fournier. And Baxter going one-on-one, doing a little spin move, trying to find space. She's pulled two defenders. Baxter, that pass got coughed up. It will be the Excalibur ball here, as there was a foul called. So Baxter's couple Excaliburs set up on that right side here. See what they do. Hiltz in control. Had a cutting Obi. And Fournier snags this back up. Fournier looking for opportunities. She's got Grosjean. Grosjean's got speed. Let's watch out for that. She can make a quick cut. And Grosjean fouled once again. And so here's Grosjean with a quick pass and a ripper of a shot. And there is Hiltz for goal number 2 for her in this match. And it is now 6-3 for the Excalibur. And Abby Hiltz adding to the scoreboard. And another great possession by the Excalibur. And whatever they've been chalking up has been working today offensively. Guelph looking to respond. They've done a great job of winning these draw controls. However, the Excalibur defense has done an even better job defensively.
It is her second of the game.
Guelph really needs to make something happen here if they hope to stay in this game. That ball is up, and it is going to be finally still battling for it. So the Griffins on offense. Kraftrick with the ball, sending it down to Curtis. Here's Kravchik. Has Evans now. There's Verge. Verge passing it down. Guelph looking to make their move. They've got to stay in front. The Excaliburs cough up that ball. And some good defense there by Trent. And that is a forced turnover for the Excaliburs. Let's see if they can hold on to it. And a foul is called. So here's Montgomery looking for space. Defended by Leducer, one-on-one. Passing that down to Curtis. And Montgomery had a good look there through the middle, but just couldn't get the pass out. Some great defense by I believe that's Hilt, and that is a foul. So this is going to be a free position shot for Guelph, looking for a chance to close in on this Excalibur lead here as time winds down, going into period number 3. 47 seconds left on the clock, but they've got a free position shot. Ripped, and it's a big save by Giroux. Both teams vying for position, and the ball dribbles right past the net. So the Excalibur will have control here with Grosjean. And about 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to look to make one final push into the Griffin zone. And so up comes Weber. And Weber is making a push, but she gets tangled up in that traffic. Starting things off, 10 seconds on the clock. They've got to make something happen quickly. Here comes Fournier. And it's Fournier with the second buzzer beater of the match, both to end a period. And Natalie Fournier puts the Excalibur up by 4. And that's a huge goal to score there.
That is another Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 17, Natalie Fournier.
And Natalie Fournier gets control of that one as time expires. So the Excalibur are going to go into the half with a 7-3 lead here, thanks to Natalie Fournier, Maddie Baxter, and Olivia Grosjean. Stick with us. Hello and welcome back to the second half of play here at Justin Chu Stadium. We've got the Trent Excalibur taking on the Guelph Griffins. Natalie Fournier put the Excalibur up by 4 at the end of that second quarter, so they have a 4-goal lead. The Griffins with first possession here as Amy Evans has a lot of space going down the stretch, but broken up there. Good pressure by Tisha Weber. Evans finds Peters. Griffins looking for a shot, decide to go behind the net. Here come the Griffins now. And once again, being extremely patient with their offensive set. Not trying to be too aggressive, but rather looking for the right timed shot. Evans here. Evans looking to go in by herself. And there is McConvey, the team's leading scorer in 2024, picking up a goal right there to make this a 7-4 game. And McConvey, as was stated earlier, she was Guelph's Athlete of the Week last week, so coming off of an extremely hot couple of games and keeping that streak going. So McConvey will face off against Natalie Fournier here in this draw control. And again, Trent being heavily outmatched in these draw controls. It is a 10-2 ratio, and Baxter and Fournier both fighting over this one. Fournier does go down, and it's going to be Trent winning this one. So it's going to be Kravchik starting things off here for the Griffins. Followed by Suter. Suter was the 2024 Rookie of the Year. She's actually changing her position from midfield to defense. So that could be an interesting change for her to adapt to, but so far so good for the former Rookie of the Year. Sophia Reynolds downfield, and the Excalibur have a chance to pressure now. And Guelph extremely protective of that perimeter here. Hiltz goes back down to Reynolds, and Obi behind the net. The Excalibur is just burning some clock, waiting for their chance, and there's Grosjean, one of the speedier players on the Excaliburs, always ready to make a cut, and Baxter is making her move now. Here's Grosjean. Finds a cutting Hiltz. Hiltz just loose, but Fournier's there to pick up the pieces, and there's Baxter, and she buries it, and Maddie Baxter, the former D1 athlete, finds her hat trick, and it's 8-4. So Maddie Baxter is up to 3 in the game and 9 for all of today. She's been on fire during this tournament. And Trent back with a 4-goal lead.
Excalibur goal scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter. It's her third of the game.
And so here's Maddie Baxter pushing the pace once again. The give and go. And Hilt just couldn't connect there. And there's Fournier now. And so Trent is going to settle into their offensive set here. And Hiltz now finds Fournier. Fournier back up to Baxter, looking to extend their lead. Back down to Reynolds. Reynolds has Hiltz and a cutting Fournier, but Fournier turns her back. Reynolds now with Hiltz. Abby Hiltz, team captain, jab step, quick move. Backs off a little bit. Hiltz in a good position. Loses control of that, looked for the foul. Gets the whistle. And it will be a free position shot here for Abby Hiltz. We'll see what she can do here. Here's Abby Hiltz ripping a shot. And there is a 5-goal lead for the Excalibur now. And Abby Hiltz picks up a hat trick of her own. So it's Baxter and Hiltz with the hat tricks for the Excalibur. So this is the largest lead of the match for either team, sitting at 5 for the Excalibur.
Number 10, Abby Hiltz. It is her 3rd goal of the game.
So it's going to be Carson Bartlett starting things off here behind, sending that over to Giroux. And Kieran Giroux looking for some options here. And still no pass quite yet. So the Excaliburs need to make a move here to get this ball off. Still no movement, and finally some action here. Looking to make a cut. And in comes Giroux looking for something, but Giroux not happy with that.
Pass finally made to Natalie Fournier. Fournier quickly moving up the field. Here's a quick pass. Down to Obi. Now let's see Trent get something going here. Here's Sophia Reynolds. Waiting for her teammates to get into position here. The Excalibur is willing a little slower in momentum in this third quarter. Fournier to Baxter. Baxter on to Grosjean. Grosjean back to Baxter. Looking for an opening to exploit. Here comes some momentum. Natalie Fournier drops the ball but is able to pick that back up. Here comes Fournier trying to get some room. And there's Obi. Obi looking for some help. Back to Fournier. And this Guelph defense definitely putting on the pressure now. Fournier looking to move. She's got speed. Does she have enough room? Yes, she does. Natalie Fournier, top corner, making this 10-4 Trent.
And Natalie Fournier putting on an offensive clinic there with that spinning move, going downtown and into the back of the net. Trent is up 6 with her second of the game.
That is another Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 17, Maddie Fournier. It is her second of the game.
Now here's the draw. Baxter and Witt. And it's loose. And Guelph will pick that up. Looking for some room there. Here's Gazzola. Gazzola making some room here. Looking for some help. Reynolds was putting on the pressure. But here's Gazzola.
That snatched up some solid defense by the Excaliburs, forcing that ball loose. They're going to make it so that Guelph has to reset here with Verge. And again, Guelph moving slowly, still opting for that strategy of taking their time here, looking for the right place, right time to make a shot. They don't want to force anything. However, time is ticking here with just 2 minutes left in this third quarter. So we'll see if they have to switch their strategy up anytime soon.
And there's some good pressure there by the Trent defense.
Verge with a quick jab step over. Stepping up with Kravchuk. Kravchuk found the pass. And Baxter with some great defense trying to snag this ball up. But some great pressure there by Maddie Baxter. Making it very difficult for Chloe White to find any space there.
And here's Kravchuk. Good defense there by Maddie Baxter.
Yeah, and Maddie Baxter is putting Kravchuk in jail right now, not letting anything by. And there is a flag on the field. And it looks like it'll be a free position shot here.
For Witt.
And that shot is ripped, and that finds the back of the net. And I believe that was Peyton Curtis, number 20. So the clock is ticking here, just with 35 seconds left on the dial. We probably have time for one more play here. But the Excalibur have closed both quarters with a last-second goal, the first one being Olivia Grosjean, the second one being Natalie Fournier, so we can see what the Excalibur do here to make a final push at the net.
So here's the draw. Natalie Fournier, Rachel McConvey. 30 seconds left in this third quarter.
And Fournier goes down. So just 15 seconds left. Baxter. Obi over to Baxter. She's got 7 seconds left. She's got to make a run for it. Maddie Baxter sends it to the net, but it's Hunger Bueller right there to make the stop. And so we will head into the fourth and final corner with a Trent 10-5 lead. And we hope that Maddie Baxter is okay, as she is still down, potentially taking a trip near the end of that play, but she'll get checked out. And stick with us here as we head into what will be a pivotal fourth quarter. Hello and welcome back to this pivotal fourth period here. Before the third quarter ended, Maddie Baxter went for a last-second shot, and she did trip, and it appeared as though she was injured, but she is up on her feet and still remaining in this game. So that is a huge sigh of relief for the Trent Excalibur, as she has a hat trick today, has 9 goals through 2 games today, and is a pivotal part of this Excalibur squad. So definitely a huge key part that they're happy they won't be missing.
Can't agree with you more there, Anson. On defense, she's excellent. On offense, she's excellent. She is not a player you can afford to lose, especially in this tournament.
No, absolutely not. She was the ACC Offensive Player of the Week last year, played for Syracuse University in D1, so she is a very talented player. Here come the Griffins, and it's an even better save by Kieran Giroux. And Kieran Giroux, the extremely talented goaltender for this Excalibur squad, she won game MVP in the season opener against the Queens Gales. That was a 13-6 win.
And it looks like there was a foul there called on Trent, so it appears we'll have a free position shot here for the Griffins.
And this is a big moment here for the Excalibur. They want to stop this shot. However, it's the Griffins who take advantage of that opportunity, and it is a 10-6 game here. And so Trent has to take a moment to keep their cool. They still got a 4-goal lead, but there is plenty of time left on this clock. And so that was Cassie Hogan for the Griffins making that shot, her first of the game.
Guelph goal scored by number 9, Casey Hogan.
That's a hard goal to swallow early in this fourth quarter with Guelph trailing just by 4 now. Trent's going to want to get some insurance run goals here quickly. And here comes the Griffins, charging down the Trent defensive zone. And here's Montgomery.
And Montgomery here is left wide open. She's got to get the Excalibur have to get a defender on her.
She's a dangerous offensive opponent. She's quick, she's got moves.
Yeah, so the Griffins really making the Excaliburs work for this lead here. And here's McConvey, the most dangerous player on that Guelph squad, led the team in scoring last year. And Guelph really making some solid passes here, trying to look for openings, but the Excalibur sticking with them.
Guelph's doing a really good job interchanging, making this Trent defense move crisscross, crisscross.
Yeah, lots of switches happening for the Excaliburs. That's not something you really want to see on defense, but the Griffins putting them in tough positions now. It only takes one good switch from the Griffins. You have a mismatch, and that could be an easy goal.
So here's McConvey again.
So the Griffins taking their time here. Still 11:40 on the clock. That's plenty of game time to run. Hogan getting held back there by Grosjean. Grosjean has a lot of speed, can't quite keep up, but they do get a good block there from behind. The Excaliburs getting it, and there is Fournier picking up that ground ball, and that is a huge stop for the Excalibur. They're going to look to go the other way now and capitalize.
Now here's Giroux getting ready to set up some offensive push here, looking for that perfect opportunity. Slings it down, and now here comes the Excalibur.
Yeah, and that's a big pass to connect with by Abby Hiltz, the team captain, sending that up, and it's another good pass, and now the Excalibur are rolling with Tisha Weber. Weber's going to find Reynolds down at the back of the net here, looking to set up. There's Grosjean. And if you give Grosjean too much space down that middle, she will speed right by you and find a goal. It's just a matter of getting open.
Now here's Fournier. Getting some wiggle room, a little pass.
And Grosjean, what a play there. Oh my goodness, Fournier with the assist, and Grosjean let that rip in less than a second. And Olivia Grosjean gets her first hat trick of the year. And Grosjean extends the lead. It's 11-6 now. And that was a beautiful play by Fournier and Olivia Grosjean.
Could not agree with you more there. That was a picture-perfect play that they executed perfectly to get one more insurance run in this last quarter.
Excalibur goal scored by number 7, Olivia Grosjean, her third of the game.
And here's the draw.
Fournier trying to grab that, and she does. And there is a draw control win for the Excalibur, rushing the field, and that was a great defensive play there by Kravchuk.
And here's a big scuffle here for the ball. And the Griffins will try to pick that back up.
Good pressure there by the Excaliburs, not letting any easy ball get picked up.
Griffins finally get that clear.
And here come the Griffins now, looking for an opening, trying to thread that needle, but no way by.
And here's Donaldson looking for some space, passing it down.
Now some great defense there by the Excaliburs.
Whitnow looking for a pass. Quick pass onto McConvoy, and McConvey gets through. Pardon me, Peyton Curtis.
So the Trent Excaliburs will call a timeout. After that play, it is an 11-7 game. Guelph closes the lead to 4. There are 8 minutes left in this fourth period. So this is what it all comes down to. 8 minutes remaining. These two teams have been battling, going back and forth. The Excaliburs hold a lead, but the Griffins are not going anywhere. They will not go down without a fight. So let's see what both these teams' game plans are coming out of this timeout.
With a team like the Griffins, you cannot afford to have your defense fall asleep out here, because they will take advantage, they will exploit gaps, they will not let up until the last minutes of this game.
Yeah, the Griffin squad has an extremely calculated offense. Every movement that they make is on purpose. And so Trent just needs to do a better job of staying alert, sticking with their defensive unit, and staying on top of that ball. So let's see how this game shakes up here in the final few minutes. Excalibur coming out of that timeout, and the Griffins are as well. So both teams vying for a win here. Close game.
Fournier will be receiving the draw here for the Excaliburs, up against Amy Evans for Guelph. An important draw here halfway through the fourth quarter.
Fournier, that ball is up, and Maddie Baxter's going to fight for it. And so it's going to be the Griffins who have possession. And the Excaliburs need to get back on defense and get set here. You don't want to allow a transition goal.
Here's Evans. Quick little pass down to Hogan. Hogan with speed, fires, but just off target, and that will go out.
So an absolute ripper of a shot off the stick of Hogan. But Guelph retains possession now. It's going to be Curtis going behind the net. The Excalibur applying pressure here defensively, staying in front. Here's Hogan once again. She's got a powerful shot. Hogan cutting, defended by Fournier. And McConvey looked for a chance there, but could not break through. Back to Hogan. They're looking to reset. 6:50 on the clock.
And that's a dangerous duo right there, McConvey and Hogan.
Back down to Evans. Tense times here at Justin Chu Stadium as the Guelph Griffins look to make a shot. Good defense there by Baxter. And what a shot there by McConvey. And oh my goodness, the tiniest bit of space that Kieran Giroux let up in that bottom corner. And that's exactly where McConvey placed that shot. And it is a 3-goal game now, 11-8. So Rachel McConvey puts this game within striking distance for Guelph. And what was a 5-goal lead has now gone down to 3. So the Trent Excalibur really need to make something happen here if they want to hold on to this lead and not stay stagnant on offense. They need to make something work.
The Griffins now setting up another play here, putting the pressure. Little quick pass to Witt. Another quick pass to Hogan. Hogan with some speed, looking to put some pressure. Long toss, but there's no room to make a shot.
And there's a good defensive play there by Baxter to interrupt that play. However, it's the Griffins who take back possession here in the hands of Kravchik.
Now here's Hogan.
So here's Hogan once again.
And Kravchik looking to build something here.
And there's a play, and oh my goodness, it's Hogan this time with the scoop shot and landing that between Giroux's legs. And it's now a 2-goal game here, and Trent seems to be collapsing defensively. And this is extremely worrying if you are on the Excaliburs right now, as you haven't scored a goal in the past couple of minutes. You've given up 3 unanswered. They've got to make something happen here offensively, or they need to stick around on defense long enough for that clock to wind down. But even one solid offensive possession could be what does the Griffins in here. Trent just needs to waste a little bit of time and get back on the board. However, going the other way is Lindsay Montgomery, and the Griffins are starting a fast break here, and this is very worrying for the Excalibur. Guelph looks like the much better team here in the later half coming out of that timeout.
Trent had a very comfortable lead in the first 3 quarters.
And oh my goodness, the Guelph Griffins have scored again. And this time it looked like it was Sarah Chapman, number 7. And it is a 1-goal game now, and I can't believe my eyes. The Excaliburs have completely collapsed defensively, and they force a timeout, and rightfully so, because Trent has just lost all footing in this match. The Griffins have come out of nowhere. They were down 11-5, I believe, and have stormed all the way back to 11-10.
In an instant, this is a 1-goal game with only 2 minutes and 35 seconds left in this final quarter.
And I think everybody here at Justin Chu Stadium, including the players, including the fans, including the coaches, are absolutely stunned at what has unraveled here in the past few minutes of this match, in the past few minutes of this quarter. 2 minutes, 35 seconds left on the game clock, coming out of timeout. Trent has to do something here if they want to hold on, because Guelph has taken all of the momentum and they are running away with it. Still down by 1. There's enough time where you can burn the clock if you get possession, but the big problem is that the draw controls are heavily in favor of Guelph. They've been winning most of these face-offs. And so they're starting off with possession. They're getting settled in that offensive zone. They're making switches, attacking an injured Maddie Baxter, and taking full advantage of this weak Trent defense. So the Excaliburs should be extremely cautious with how they play these next 2 minutes and 35 seconds. They still have the lead. They need to take care of the ball, and they need to get possession.
Every draw matters at this point in this game.
Absolutely.
And here's Fournier for Trent, opening up with this draw. And that will be Trent's ball. And Natalie Fournier starting off.
They really need to make something happen here offensively. Either burn the clock, get settled in on offense, or find a goal to extend that lead. Ideally, you do both. And Abby Hiltz is making a smart play here. She's going to burn some clock now. Take her time. You need to make smart passes. You need to convert on your passes. Make those connections. There is no room for error here with 2 minutes left on the clock, only up by 1. The Excaliburs had a lucky break, getting possession out of the gate. And here's Maddie Baxter. Over to Grosjean now. Grosjean with some jukes. Just trying to waste some time. They've got 1:40 on the clock. Here's Grosjean with some space. A quick pass there, and the Excalibur find a goal. And that's Riley Elliott, number 16, scoring. And the Excalibur break through here. It's a 12-10 game now. They finally get one back and answer the Griffins' push. So 1:36 here, 12-10. Coming out of timeout, that is exactly what the Excaliburs needed.
For sure. That was the break they needed. They needed that draw to get that goal, and now they're looking a lot more comfortable than they were moments ago.
Absolutely, Terrence. So here's Fournier once again. Trent won the last draw control. Let's see if they can do that again.
Scored by number 16, Riley Elliott, her first of the game.
But as we are painfully aware, no lead is safe here against this Guelph Griffins team. 2 goals with 1:30. And there's Grosjean, and Trent needs to slow things down here. They need to look a lot less panicked here. Giroux scoops that up. They need to take care of this ball. And so there is a good connection to Grosjean. And Grosjean's going to use that speed to get around. And that's bobbled. And that ground ball is picked up by the Griffins here. Under a minute left. Clock is stopped. And it looks like it will be Natalie Fournier with the ball. So 1 minute left, up by 2. The Excaliburs have possession. This is looking a bit more promising than just a minute ago.
Here's Bartlett.
And Bartlett with a good juke. Getting through traffic. Some great jukes there by Bartlett. And Hiltz holding on. So 42 seconds left. Excalibur still in control now. Need to take care of that ball. There's Fournier. 35 seconds on the clock. Still up by 2. Looking for the final dagger. Can the Excaliburs put this game away with 30 seconds left? There's Obi. Looking for a cut. Fournier! The game is over. Natalie Fournier gets the clincher with 20 seconds left. Up by 3. Natalie Fournier with her 4th of the game, and she puts it out of reach here. The Excalibur come out of that final timeout, do exactly what they needed to do. And so, the clutch factor that is Natalie Fournier strikes once again.
She has been doing really well this final quarter, winning some defensive plays, putting in those goals, and that last goal right now, in my opinion, seals the deal in this game.
Absolutely, with 20 seconds left, down by 3. Trent's got to feel a lot more comfortable. They did an excellent job setting in place that game plan coming out of that final timeout. Things were looking dire. The Griffins put up an amazing fight. However, with 6 seconds left and expiring, Maddie Baxter has the ball. She's going to run things out, and it's over. The Trent Excalibur walk away with a win after some late game heroics by Guelph. They gave them a little bit of a heart attack, but they hang on for the win. So it was Maddie Baxter, Olivia Grosjean, Natalie Fournier, and Abby Hiltz leading the way for this Trent squad. They managed to hold on in the end. They take down this tough Guelph Griffin squad to remain undefeated. They are 6-0 in the regular season, and they looked like the best team out there today. So stick around with us. We've got a game coming up.
Safe travels home, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. against Brock.
So at 5:15, we've got a game between Laurier and UFT. So stick around. That's not going to be a game you want to miss. My name's Anson Boris,
My name's Terrence Halliday.
and we'll see you later.
Hello and welcome to Justin Chu Stadium for today's match between the Guelph Griffins and the... Pardon me, this is Laurier and the Varsity Blues. Laurier coming off of a 17-4 win against Ontario Tech earlier in today's tournament, and Toronto coming off of a 7-9 loss against Guelph. So this should be an exciting game to watch here. Key people to look out here is Nascimento for Laurier and Swanson for Toronto, both scoring multiple goals in their last game. And immediately off the bat, Toronto is Laurier on the attack. And here's Swanson, who scored 2 games in the last against Guelph. Cormier. Swanson again looking for some wiggle room here and takes a little shot, nowhere, and that is blocked and picked back up. If someone can grab the goalies' names, that'd be great. And so that was a quick Laurier goal there by number 7, Rain Blasuti, to kick off this first quarter. And there's a fight for this draw, but it will be picked up by the Blues here as they are on the run. Swanson with speed. Swanson looking for Cho. Trying to make some moves. There's Cho, just misses, and it's a turnover to Laurier. Quick fight for the ball, and there's a whistle blown, and it will return to the Varsity Blues possession. Swanson again with passing on to Cormier. And here's some quick moves here. Back to Cormier, and that is through. A nice goal there by, I believe, Trinity Meacham. Pardon me, that was Isabel Ward. That was also assisted by number 5, Pippa Sinyard. And the Varsity Blues already getting really aggressive in this Laurier zone. And back up, here's Eblings. Middleton looking for some room, trying to find Cho, but is intercepted by Scarlett Younger as she makes her way down midfield. But that ball comes loose. Both teams fighting for this ground ball. And it's taken back up by Renea Swanson. Pardon me, Olivia Meyer. Blasuti onto Marwick. Marwick had 2 goals in the earlier game today against Ontario Tech. Blasuti on. And that will go out, and it will be Laurier's ball. Laurier putting on some good pressure here early in this first quarter, trying to get out of this 1-1 tie. And there's a shot. And I believe that was Delaney Keene with that shot. So I believe that was assisted by Delaney Keene, but it was actually Tori Nascimento, and that's another goal for this dangerous Laurier offensive. Oh, sorry. And that draw control once again won by the Varsity Blues, making their way down to the Laurier. And there's Cho. Cho with some room and with some speed, but pushed away there. Good defensive by Kate Ferguson. And in goes the shot. Varsity Blues ties this game 2-2. And that was Jace Cormeyer with that perfectly placed shot. Good moves there by Cho to put Sydney Watson right out of position, giving Toronto this equalizing goal. Those are mine. And here's the draw. Up in the air. Quick fight for this ball, and there's Swanson. Just misses it. And that will go out. Swanson just couldn't quite pick up that ground ball. And the ball will turn over to Laurier. Jace Cormier will start this off. Now Sydney Watson looking to get this offensive push started. Passing it down to Kate Ferguson. Ferguson looking for some help. And that's some good pressure there by Meechin. Cormier again. Onto Marwick. Marwick looking for some room. Slings a shot, but it is bottled up there by Elizabeth McDonald. And here's Cormier again. And that will be just outside. 2 attempts there by Cormier, but none succeeded. But it will remain Laurier's ball here. Cormier again. looking for an opening, going on the reach around, but it is deflected, whistle blown, and this will be a forced turnover to the Varsity Blues. Lots and lots of pressure here by Laurier, but could not find that extra goal to put them up. McDonald will start here, getting things started, but it'll be intercepted. And here comes the shot. Slings it, but it is deflected again by McDonald. Good attempt and good interception there by Riley Sproul. And here's Cormier again. Cormier being all over this offensive push here. And that pass just out. Another good block by McDonald. And Laurier will keep onto this ball, keep adding this pressure. They have had a ton of possession time in this first quarter with only 4 minutes left. Now here's Gedge, looking to get something started. She has Marwick moving through. Gedge trying to make some moves, but passes on. And there's a fight for the ball, and there's a whistle blown here. So this potentially will be a free position shot here for Laurier. And I might believe it'll be taken by Rain Blasuti. And there's a shot by Rain Blasuti to put Laurier up 3-2. Great opportunity to take advantage of that free position shot there, and Blasuti puts Laurier 1 up on the Varsity Blues. Now with less than 3 minutes, here's the draw. Jace Cormier for Laurier. It's up in the air. Knocked down by Isabella Ward, and Swanson will pick it up. And that's a good draw control there by TMU, or U of T, pardon me. And here's Cho. Cho's got some speed. She's good at setting things up. Pass it back to Middleton. Middleton back to Cho. And here's Eblings. Eblings down to Swanson. Varsity Blues here creeping up to find an opportunity. Here's Cho running through. No pass. Swanson making some moves. Quick move there. And a almost picture perfect pass and shot, but it is no good as Julia Eblings isn't able to pick it up. But this now will be a forced turnover as Watson will start. And here's Watson, little pass. And Olivia Miner struggling to get through this middle defense. Miner looking for her teammates to get into position here. A whistle will be blown, however, and I believe it will be a forced turnover. It will, as McDonald now starts with it for the Varsity Blues. Quick little throw, but now there's a fight for this ground ball. And it'll be scooped back up by Kate Ferguson. There's some good ground ball control by Ferguson. And here's Keene. Keene making a run, little spin, trying to sling it, doesn't get able to. And there's a good block there by McDonald for U of T. And with that block, that is the end of the first quarter, with Laurier up 3-2 against U of T. Already, Laurier putting on some stiff offense, not letting the Varsity Blues have any time to breathe here in that first quarter. Now stick around as we reach into the second quarter of this intense game. And welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium as we are about to kick off the second quarter of this Laurier U of T game, with Laurier leading 3-2. Laurier has been putting on some very aggressive pressure early on in the first quarter. Toronto looking to equalize this game. And here's the draw. Up in the air. But that will be a draw control win for Laurier. And that was a botched toss there, picked up by Cho, and now it's the Varsity Blues' turn. Cho looking for a pass, finds it just to Sandu. Sandu struggling to pick it up. Sandu is not able to let that go, and that will go out. And that will be a forced turnover to Laurier. Good opportunity with that interception, but not able to find that goal. So here's Gedge, and lets that one go out of bounds. Unclear what the ref signal is, but it will be Laurier's ball here, being started by Riley Marwick. And here's Gedge, looking for a pass here. Moving up with speed, trying to find a hole. Passes it back. Laurier putting up the pressure here. Cormier making a deep run, but it just scoots out, but picked back up by Blasuti. Blasuti now, looking for an opening. Pass it back to Nascimento, and Nascimento up in the top. Nascimento with a beautiful goal. Nascimento proving her dominance here with that top of the net goal. And that will bring Laurier 4-2 against U of T. As stated before, Nascimento had a number of goals against Ontario Tech. 3, to be precise. And now we'll return to the draw here of Olivia Miner and Isabella Ward. And here's the draw. And that's picked up by Swanson. That's a good draw control there. Swanson making some moves. Swanson fires and scores. A perfect run for Swanson there. That was some good movement, good pivots, and Swanson throws that right into the Laurier net, bringing this game back to a 1-goal game here. Rihanna Swanson is a dangerous offensive opponent here for U of T. Last game against Guelph, Swanson had 3 goals on the game. Now here's the draw. And I believe that draw will be reset. U of T has been winning most of these draws so far. But this time it'll be picked up by Laurier as they win this draw. Now here's Keene. Keene making a deep run, cradling that ball. Crean tries to get a hard shot at there, but it is easily scooped up by McDonald. And there is a card issued, and I believe Sandu will come off, and now Laurier will be playing woman up here. U of T, that is down by 1, are now woman down, looking to put on this defense here as Sandu is penalized and sent off. Now here's Laurier trying to make something work here with this woman up opportunity. And here's Keene. Keene looking for a shot. Pass back. And here's Nascimento, and that beautiful scoop up there by Elizabeth McDonald. She has been excellent on defense. Last game she had 8 saves against Guelph. McDonald put out a position. Great interception there by McDonald. That was an excellent play. And now a little fight for this ground ball here as it is scooped back up by Laurier. And Sophia Storer will work it now as Keene picks it up, reorganizing to take advantage of this woman up opportunity. And that pass botched up, picked up by Cho. Cho's great in that defensive zone. That pass just a little off, scooping it, keeping it inbounds. Varsity Blues on the attack here, and I believe that is Ashley Klenk moving to the back. Klenk moving around, waiting for her teammates to get into position here. Little quick pass to Meacham. Meacham back to Klenk. Back to Meacham. Meacham being pushed back. Wilcox has a tough pass there, but it is Eblings who keeps possession there. Some good stick control. Eblings looking for an opportunity. There's Meacham. Meacham trying to get open. And here comes Eblings. Eblings with some speed, fires it, but it is blocked by Watson. And that will be a forced turnover as Laurier will now start with the ball. And Watson will now start with this ball to get this Laurier offense going again. Here's Ferguson. Ferguson passes it on. And Storer is pushed out, but there is a whistle blown. And Laurier will continue. There's Storer. Storer moving up. Looking for an opening here. Store it, passing it on. And there's Nascimento. Gedge. Gedge moving in. Quick fire! But there's a whistle blown on the field. And this might be another yellow card. Yes, it is. And I believe that's Gedge being sent off the field, as now the tables turn and Toronto has a woman up opportunity here in their zone. And now with that little break of that woman up opportunity, it's now the Varsity Blues' turn to bring this downfield. Here comes Meacham. Meacham, quick pass down to Marwick. Sorry, Middleton. Middleton waiting for her offense to get into position here. Eblings. Eblings back to Middleton. Now Meacham. Meacham looking for an opportunity here. This woman up opportunity won't last forever. Quick pass back to Middleton. U of T looking for this gap here. And here's a little run. And here's Meacham trying to scoot it by, but it does not go through. Now Watson trying to get things started again. Watson getting the pressure put on by Meacham. Summers trying to get out of the Laurier zone. And it's put over. And now here's Swanson. Swanson with good speed. Nobody's there to stop her yet. Swanson throws it over the net. That's a squandered opportunity there by Swanson. Great interception, but could not put that in. And I believe this will be a forced turnover again as Laurier will start with the ball. And Watson will start with this ball to try and get Laurier out of their zone. And here's Cormier. Cormier get the pressure put on by Eblings. And it's popped out. But that was just a little too high. And McDonald is there all too easy to get this Varsity Blues offense running. Long throw. And there's Marwick. Marwick, a quick pass to Ferguson. And there's Ward. Ward looking for some room. Ward back to Middleton. Now James. James on to Swanson. Swanson carefully looking for her opportunities here. Quick shot. Picked back up by Watson. And now there's a fight for the ground ball here. And it is scooped back up by Blasuti. Now Gedge with an opportunity. Passing it on. Hanlon now. Hanlon going for a little run. Hanlon with speed. Trying to sling it. Can't get around. And that is picked back up again by McDonald. Good opportunity there for Laurier, but they could not get a hard sling. Now the Blues trying to make it way past. And it is picked back up here by Nascimento. Nascimento after Gedge. Gedge with a shot. Just misses wide. Gedge had a perfectly placed shot there, but just a little wide. And with 2 minutes, 50 seconds, this game is still 4-3 in favor of Laurier. And that's knocked out, but quickly picked back up by Gedge. And here's Keane. Keane with a little rundown up the top, but again, another great save by McDonald. And there's a rebound. Hits the pipe, but lands in there. I believe that was either Gedge or Keane. I'm not quite sure. But Laurier is up 5-3. And 25 scored that. Delaney Keane with the 5th goal for Laurier in the last 2 minutes of this second quarter. That was a perfect high top goal by Delaney Keane. McDonald has been a brick wall out there, but Keane finds that little gap. Now for the draw with the last 2 minutes in this second quarter. And this draw will be picked up again by Keane. Keane back down to Miner. Miner passes it on. And here's Storer. Storer looking for some room. Now Blasuti. Blasuti waiting for her teammates in position here. One minute left here in this first quarter. Miner trying to move around, but there is a penalty, and that will be a forced turnover. And now it's the turn for Varsity Blues to get something going in the last 45 seconds of this second quarter here. Quick pass to Cho. Now Cho. Cho being pressured, and that's some good pressure by Miner. But there's a whistle blown, and that will stay in the hands of Cho. Quick pass from Cho down to Swanson. Little pass from Swanson to Sandu. Sandu trying to get there. Swanson over the head of Watson to get Toronto one more here in this second quarter, bringing this game in a 1-goal game, 5-4. Excellent movement there by Swanson. And that is a much-needed goal here in the last few seconds of this second quarter. Swanson should feel really good about that goal right there. And this picked back up by Ward. 8 seconds left. Let's see what Ward can do here. Ward passes it, but it's intercepted. But it will not matter as this second quarter is up and the score is now 5-4 Laurier, a 1-goal game here. Swanson has brought U of T back up to a 1-goal game here. Excellent saves by McDonald there in net, keeping this game limited. Now, please, as we go into halftime, we'll be back in a sec. And welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium on this women's lacrosse match against Laurier and U of T. Currently 5-4 in favor of Laurier. And here's the draw to start off this third quarter. And it's loose. Fighting for control here, and it will be picked up by Linklater. She fires it down to Gage. Gage with some room. Passes it back to Nascimento. Nascimento onto Blasutti. Blasutti back to Nascimento. Here's Cormier. Getting pressured by Cho. Cho getting up all in Cormier's face. But Cormier moving around. Pass back to Nascimento. Nascimento fires! But is swept up by McDonald. Again, another great save by McDonald as she's pushed by Blasutti, and there will be a call. And I believe that is a yellow card against Laurier. And there is Rain Blasutti coming off. So now, in the Toronto zone, Laurier will be a woman down. And this is a good opportunity here for U of T, who is currently down 1 goal. And here come the Varsity Blues, trying to take quick advantage of this woman up opportunity. Now here's Swanson, dangerous goal scorer. Pass it behind the net. Isabella Ward creeping around this woman down Laurier defense. Back to Middleton. Middleton on to Cho. And that's intercepted. Great interception there by Kate Ferguson. But she has a little bit of an awkward throw, and now it's a run for this ground ball between Swanson and Ferguson. And Swanson picks this ball up. Great ground ball control and dumps it, but it's right into the stick of Watson. Now here comes Laurier. And I believe Laurier is still a woman down. But time is expiring as that extra Laurier player is creeping up onto the field. And here she comes. But here, a great defensive play there by McDonald as Rayleigh Delaney Keene tries to put one in. And there will be a whistle there. And here comes Laurier. Quick one. Fires it and in. And I believe that was Riley Marwick with that clean throw. And that was a great goal there by Marwick, giving Laurier one extra run here. Now here comes Laurier. 2 goals ahead, looking to make that 3 goals ahead. And here's Hanlon. And here's Nascimento. Nascimento looking for some room, does not get there. Looks like she may have gotten a little bit of collision there. But this is scooped up by Ashley Klenk as Ashley Klenk makes her way down the field. But quickly contested there by Emma Marwick. Klenk passing it on to James. James back to Swanson. And that ball just scoots away from Ward, and that will go out of bounds. And so I believe that will be a forced turnover, and Laurier now has the ball. Nine minutes left in this third quarter. Laurier up by 2 goals. And here comes Laurier, but she is pushed out. I believe that was Sophia Storer. Now Kate Ferguson. Ferguson on to Minor. Minor passes it down to Marwick. Cormier again. Cormier with a little bit of room, but that's intercepted. Dropped on the ground, but scooped back up by Cormier. Now here's Nascimento, another dangerous goal scorer. And I believe that was tipped in just by Jace Cormier. That was a good pass by Nascimento to Cormier to get Laurier up. One more goal, getting this to a 7-4 game for Laurier. Jace Cormier is a quick and dangerous offensive opponent. Now here comes the draw. And here's a battle for this draw here. And it will be scooped up by Linklater. But there is a whistle blown, and that will remain in Linklater's hands. Linklater, weird pass. Almost scooped up by the Varsity Blues, but Linklater gets rid of it. And that ball will just scoot away from Sophia Storer. And now the Varsity Blues on the attack. Here's Sandu. Sandu getting pressured. That was some good pressure by Middleton. Pardon me, Marwick. Now again, here's Swanson passing back to Sandu. And that was a awkward play there as Watson got in the way. And now it'll be a turnover, and here comes Jace Cormier again, and that ball will come loose, but there will be a whistle blown. And that will remain in Laurier's hands as Kate Ferguson fires it down to Gedge, but it gets away from Gedge, but she's able to reclaim it before it goes out of bounds. Now here's Marwick. Mark on a Cormier. Cormier fires and scores. And that is another great goal there by number 28, Tori Nascimento. Nascimento is dangerous. That is her third goal of this game to bring Laurier up 8-4. Nascimento now ties her last game as she scored 3 in her game against Guelph and now scoring 3 against Laurier. Excellent goal scorer here. And this timeout will end, and there is 5 minutes left in this third quarter. Now here's the draw. Isabella Ward will face off against Linklater. And UFC fighting for possession here. Swanson picks up that ground ball. Again, some excellent ground ball control by Swanson. Dumps at the Cho. Cho isn't able to grab on, and that will go out of bounds. Good pass there by Swanson, but Cho just not able to pick that up. Now here comes Laurier. Kate Ferguson cradling that ball, bringing it down, putting up some speed. There's nobody there. Little pass, just scoots by, but picked back up by Nascimento. Nascimento passes it on. Some pressure being put here. And there's an opening. But that ball just scoots away into the net of McDonald. McDonald now passing it on to Keeter. Keeter trying to get it away from their zone. Keeter passes back to McDonald. Being pressured here by Marwick. Now here's Middleton. Passing it down to Sandu. Sandu helped here by Middleton and Swanson. A little support as well by Isabella Ward. Back to Sandu. Sandu to Swanson. Swanson to Middleton. Middleton to Cho. And let's see what the Varsity Blues here can do in Laurier's zone, down by 4 points. A little shot, but it's off the pipe and picked back up. And now fight for this ball. It'll be scooped back up by Jade Summers. What a close shot there. But Laurier is able to get away unscathed. Now here's Cormier again. Cormier always in the thick of the action here. And here's a quick shot, but a whistle is blown. Delaney Keene with a high shot, deflected, but a whistle is blown anyways, and this might be a free position shot here for Delaney Keene. Fires and just misses outside, and that goes out of bounds. Another good opportunity there for Delaney Keene, but this will stay an 8-4 game. Here's Nascimento. And that scoops away and picked back up. And that is Trinity Meacham who gets away with it, putting on some speed, running all the way down to Laurier zone, looking for some help. Meacham still going. Quick pass to Sandu. Good control there by Meacham. Coast to coast. Here's Sandu to Cho. Looking to create some offensive momentum here. Back to Sandu. Sandu to Swanson. Sandu putting some pressure. Here comes Swanson. Swanson looking for some room. Putting a little move. Gets around. Fires! And in there. Swanson again. Another goal for Swanson. Rihanna Swanson gets her third goal of the game here for U of T. And that's a good goal to get with 50 seconds left in this third quarter. Swanson is very dangerous. U of T getting one more on the board, having this a 3-goal game. Laurier still sitting fairly comfortable. 30 seconds left in this quarter. Here's the draw. And here's a fight for this ball. And it'll be scooped back up by Laurier. Another good control there by Olivia Miner, trying to get away from this stiff U of T defense there in the middle. And here's Betke. Quick pass to Miner. And there is the whistle to end the third quarter, making this still an 8-5 game in favor of Laurier. Laurier continuously putting up this pressure here. U of T trying to gain that momentum, trying to equalize this game 1 goal at a time, but they are still down by 3. So stick with us as this quick intermission will bring us to the fourth quarter. And welcome back to Justin's Chu Stadium. We are about to kick off the fourth quarter here with Laurier up 8-5 against U of T. Now here's the draw. And this will easily scooped up by Jace Cormier, but intercepted. And now passed on to Swanson. Swanson can't quite pick it up. Retained by Clenk. Clenk passes it on to Sandu. Good quick interception to turn hands here in the first play of this final quarter. Now here's Ward. Ward back to Sandu. Sandu on to Swanson. Swanson to Clenk. Now here's Ward. Ward looking for an opening. Little pass to Swanson, but it gets away. But Swanson is able to scoop that back up. Now Sandu with it. Meacham looking for an opening here. Meacham making a few moves. And it's knocked out. And there is a foul called here. And the refs perhaps in a little disagreement. But I believe Meacham will have a free position shot opportunity here in the first few minutes of this fourth quarter. And Meacham to Watson. She fires and scores. Meacham with a great shot, flipping that ball right past Sydney Watson to make that a 8-6 game. That is exactly what U of T wants to see in the first few minutes of this fourth quarter, making this a 2-goal game. Excellent shot there by Trinity Meacham. Now the draw here will be taken by Isabella Ward and Tanika Gedge. And here's the draw. And it's up, scooped up by Laurier. Quickly back to Jace Cormier. Cormier moving down the line. Laurier trying to put one back up to get further ahead of Toronto. Now here's Gedge. Gedge passes it back to Nascimento. Nascimento waiting, making some speed, looking for a shot, makes a way, fires, but it is blocked again by McDonald. Another great save by McDonald. And that ball will just scoot by. But my, Elizabeth McDonald has been keeping this game at a low scoring pace here. Now here's Keeter. Keeter will look for an opening here. We'll pass it back to McDonald. Trying to get it, and it just scoots away from Clenk, and that will go out. Clenk is not happy about missing that pass by McDonald, as it'll be a turnover for Laurier. Laurier back again. Cormier down to Gedge. Here's Nascimento. To Gedge, but Gedge isn't able to cleanly pick up that pass. And now Gedge looking for a pass here. We'll pass it back to Nascimento. Nascimento going through, fires it again. Another save by Elizabeth McDonald. She is a brick wall up there for U of T. But again, Nascimento picks that up. And Laurier not giving up this ball just yet. Nascimento passes it on. Quick shot. And this one finally finds its mark by Emma Marwick. That was a good pass, leaving McDonald completely open. My apologies. It was Rain Blasuti assisted by Marwick. Perhaps the glare in the sun there made me think that was a 2. But now this brings Laurier back up with a 3-goal lead with 9 minutes left here. And here comes Delaney Keene. Delaney Keene is fast and she's strong, being pushed away by Eblings. Keene passes it on. There he comes, Laurier. Allie Hanlon could not find a gap and pass it back to Keene. Keene on to Malo. And that just scoots away from Olivia Minor, and this will be a forced turnover. Now Toronto with the ball. McDonald looking to set up some offense to get a goal back here, put them back in the game. With 8 minutes left, being 3 down isn't that high. But now struggling, and that's a push, and there will definitely be a foul there. And it looks like there will be a card issued, and I believe it will be number 17, Julia Eblings, who will receive that card. And now, in the last 7-8 minutes of this game, U of T is now a woman down. This is not a good sign for U of T. Being a woman down this late in the quarter. Let's hope they have a really strong defense here until they can get that woman back. Here's Cho putting some pressure on Keene. Keene passes to Nascimento. Nascimento looked like she had an opening. Quick pass back to Hanlon. Hanlon looking for fire, but she is not able to get off, and there's a whistle blown, and this may be another free position shot here for Laurier, and it will be, and Hanlon will take this free position shot right in front of the stone wall. That is Elizabeth McDonald. Let's see if McDonald can pull off another stellar save here, as she's been doing all game long. Here's Hanlon. Slings it, fires, and just scoots by McDonald, bringing this game to 10-6 for Laurier. Allie Hanlon, perfect ball placement there. And that's an unfortunate turn of events here in the last 7 minutes of this game with that woman down goal by Allie Hanlon. Now this game is looking a little more bleak for U of T as they are 4 goals down. And here's the draw. A little fight, and it will be scooped up by Blasuti. Blasuti still trying to get it, but it'll go out of bounds, and that will be a forced turnover, as now Isabella Ward will start off with the ball. Ward looking at her options here. Quick pass all the way down the line to Meacham. Here comes the Varsity Blues. That was Clank to Sandu. Sandu. Sandu still looking for a pass or a play here. And she'll pass it down to Ward. Ward on to Meacham. Meacham down to Cho. Cho to Clank. Clank to Swanson. Swanson to Sandu, going around this net. And that ball will just scoot away from Ward, and it'll be a little fight for this ground ball here. And Ward looks like she picked it back up. Yes, she did, and she's able to give it off to Meacham. Tiny little crisis there averted by U of T to keep this ball in their possession. And here's Meacham looking for some room. Meacham. Some good defense here by Olivia Miner in front of Meacham. And that ball scoots away. That ball's on the ground. And it is picked back up by Delaney Keene. And now Laurier's moving back across field. Delaney Keene leading the way. Quick little pass to Nascimento. Nascimento on to Allie Hanlon. Allie Hanlon back to Nascimento. Nascimento on to Gedge. And there, Delaney Keene is going off for the shift. She's been doing great. Deserves a break there. Now here's Gedge. Looking for her options here. 4 minutes left. Back to Nascimento. Laurier might just be burning the time here. Here's Allie Hanlon. Allie Hanlon moving quick. But that ball just falls out. And now a little tussle for this ball, but it is picked back up by Jace Cormier. Nascimento has it again. Nascimento, little pass, but blocked, and there is a whistle blown here. And this may appear to be another free position shot here for Laurier. Who will it be taken by? It looks like it will be taken by Jace Cormier, who already has a few goals on the day. It won't be a free position, but she is waiting for her options here. Cormier waiting. And here's a perfect shot by Gedge here, but I believe there was a penalty called, and that is a no goal. Seeing if the refs are going to talk about this one. If that was a goal, it was by number 27, Tanika Gedge, with a perfectly placed goal there. And U of T having some words with the ref here, but I believe that will stand as a goal for Tanika Gedge to put this game 11-6. Another insurance run scored by Gedge. And if I'm U of T right now, it is a long way to go to get 5 runs back here. Goals, pardon me. That draw scoop back up by Laurier. They're doing an excellent job winning these controls here. Draw controls, sorry. And here's, an opportunity squandered there by, I believe, Maddie Linklater. I know Michaela Keeter picking up this ball, and it just scoots by back to McDonald. Awkward toss by McDonald, and that will go out. McDonald knows that was not the throw she wanted, but it will now be turned over to Laurier. And there again, Chase Cormier again. Laurier putting up the pressure in the last minute of this final quarter here. On to Nascimento. You never want to leave Nascimento unguarded because she is dangerous. Trying to move up with some quick moves, trying to find an opening. Fires it, and it's just wide. Close shot there by Nascimento, but not close enough. And here's Cormier again, starting off with the ball. And a quick shot there by Tanika Gedge again to put this 12-6 for Laurier. I believe that was 27 Tanika Gedge. I was one number off there. It was number 28, Tori Nascimento. And I shouldn't be surprised because that is her 4th goal of the game. And with 45 seconds left in this final quarter, Toronto is 6 runs down here. But here's the draw. Jace Cormier getting the pressure put on by Ashley Klenk. And there's a whistle blown. And it looks like we will have a free position shot here for Laurier, taken by Maddie Linklater. Linklater and McDonald squaring off here in this free position shot. Here comes the throw, but it is scooped up by McDonald. Another great save there by McDonald. Now here's Meacham. Just a little too high for Klink to pick up. Now Jace Cormier has this ball back up. 14 seconds left in this final quarter as there's a brawl for this ball here. Jace Cormier picks it back up. Laurier again on the attack with 5 seconds left. And that's just wide, and that will be the game. Laurier winning this game, a convincing 12-6 against U of T. That is the final game of Saturday. But for all those still listening here, please stick around as tomorrow women's lacrosse will continue with a 9 a.m. game, Queens against McMasters, 10:45 Trent against Brock, 12:30 p.m. Ontario Tech will face McMasters, and at 2:15 Queens will face Brock. So please stick around for those games tomorrow, as they're going to be just as exciting as this game you saw today. Once again, thank you for listening on the Trent Excalibur YouTube stream. My name is Terrence Halliday, and have a great rest of your night.